Hello. Oh, I always do this. You, hold on. Hello. I don't know why I always want to jump right into the PC. Like, we're here. I've got my outline. You just showed up. You don't know what's going on. It doesn't matter. We're hopping right into the stream. Okay, no. I need to get rid of. Honestly, I said this before, chat. I need to get rid of the void because it doesn't have a purpose anymore. But for some reason, I'm just. Oh, I did it again. I'm just obsessed with it. I just think it's so funny every time it happens. I'm not going to delete it just for the vibes. Anyway, hi everyone. I'm cleaning my glasses so I can't see any of you. You all look like a lovely blob of text moving, but I'm sure it says only nice things. How's everyone doing? Well, I hope. I am doing well. I am also very cold. It's cold, y'all. I can't sit here and lie. This ice storm that many parts of the United States are dealing with right now is just help us. Help us, please. Hold on. Do you want to see how cold it is? I took this picture earlier. I don't just want to do like a default weather search because then Google's going to dox me and it's going to be like, oh, here is the weather and your exact address, including your apartment number. Everyone on stream should come take a look at that. But no, hold on. I got the photo. I was like, this can't be. This can't be. I had to be outside. Hold on. Okay, cool. I downloaded it. I had to be outside in this weather, y'all. Now, I know some of y'all are gonna laugh. This is in Fahrenheit. Some of y'all are gonna laugh and be like, oh my gosh, 20 degrees. That's t-shirt weather. Feels like 11 degrees. Please. This is actually pretty bad. It's very slippery here. We're not prepared to deal with this. We don't really have the infrastructure. It's unsafe for many of us outside. This isn't great. It's not fun or interesting. It's awful. It's so bad how cold it is right now, but we're all doing our best. I'm reading chat. Somebody said when winter is cold. Yeah, no, it being cold would be nice, but it being so cold that everything has to close because we don't really have the infrastructure to deal with this is not. Someone said we were -7. Yes, I know it gets much colder than that everywhere. And so I'm not comparing. I'm just saying for over here where I am specifically right now in North Carolina, it's just been nasty. But I was really outside in this weather though. That's what y'all don't realize is like I spend so much time outside because I spend so much time streaming. I think I'm already up to like 48 hours streaming this month. And that's not normal at all. So because of that, I have to really make sure that I'm spending a lot of time outside as well. And so the vast majority of what I can get away with doing away from this room that I'm virtually in, I will do it. So I was out this morning going over my outline for today. I do a lot of editing out as well. I will like do a rough cut of my video just sitting somewhere eating a cookie or whatever, because like you don't want the opinions of a streamer who sits inside all day. I'm going to tell you that right now. That is how you turn into one of those content creators that is just so painfully divorced from reality. And I don't want to be that guy. So I stay going outside. Even though it's cold. I'm like, I have to see the grass. I have to have a life or I'm gonna turn stupid. Someone said, how was your weekend? My weekend was fine. Again, like I said, everything was closed, so we really nobody here had much to do. It was Sunday morning and there was not a car on the highway, including me. I wasn't out there. So yeah, no, it is just cold, man. I don't know what to tell you. Someone said cough Asmongold. Yeah, I would prefer not to have an Asmongold vibe when you're watching my stream. hot take. Asmongold's vibes are kind of off. They're kind of rancid, and that's not how I want to be. No. Someone said you touch grass. Yes, I'm a grass enthusiast, unfortunately. But that's the thing, like, it's against my nature. My nature is not to touch grass. My nature is to be right here where I am yapping on the internet. My nature is to be up in comment sections. My nature is to be playing video games. It's to be so indoors, and I have to push back against it because I want to keep it real, for real, for real. Someone said, did you end up playing any games? That's so funny. I talk so much talk about me wanting to like spin up a new game, but I think I spent more time on the store, like the PlayStation store, than I did actually playing anything. It's so bad. I feel like I call it Netflix syndrome. It's not something I invented, but like when you have so many choices, you just don't know what to actually choose, and you spend more time actually looking for something. That's what was happening to me. Someone said, I'm so happy to be here right now. Hey, yeah, I'm happy to have you here. If you're new to the stream, it's going the same way it always does, which is that the first 30 minutes or so, it's just a yap session. I'm literally just talking about whatever. And then kind of going into around that 30-ish minute mark, I'll start going through my outline. That's the part where I'm actually recording, so you can wind up in my video if you so choose. And then after that, it's just fun. Or as much fun as one can have in these conditions, you know. Buddy. I'm reading chat. Actually, before we hop into anything that is like extracurricular, I wanted to show you all something. Or I wanted to do something live on stream. I've kind of been back and forth with like, I don't know if I should do this live or this, that, the other, but I made up my mind. I'm going to do it live on stream. I want you to know, I mean, I don't have to sit here and explain what ICE is, right? Or what's happening in America or anything like that. But I want you to know that if you are an American citizen, it's actually quite easy to call your local senators and protest what's going on right now. It's not being like super widely reported on because it's not in anyone's best interest to do this. For example, if right now I was to Google Kerry Washington, whose work I am a fan of, Kerry Washington. Okay, so you can see like, oh, news. What's Kerry Washington doing? She's delivering low-key glam while attending Sundance. Oh my gosh, she's in a new series with Elizabeth Moss. You know what I mean? This is so awesome. What is nobody reporting on? That Kerry Washington just put out a really important video where she's explaining to her followers how easy it is to contact, you know, their local administration and protest what's happening right now with ICE being funded by taxpayer dollars, which I think is really, it's not surprising that you only see stuff like this on Reddit as opposed to the news. But I want you all to know that if you are a United States citizen, you don't even have to know anything about which number to call or anything like that. You can honestly just pull up your phone and you can do, it's 202-224-3121. And don't take my word for that because I'm stupid, but like,
you've reached the United States Capitol switchboard. Please say the name of the senator or representative that you are trying to reach, or say, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I do know my senator, guys, but I'm doing this to make a point.
You can say senator or representative.
Senator.
To reach your senator, tell me your state or your 5-digit zip code.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, do you want to speak to Ted Budd or
Tom Tillis?
Tom Tillis.
Connecting you to the office of Senator
Tom Tillis.
Dialing.
Hello, this is Tom Tillis.
Okay, so they're not going to answer me. I'm not stupid, right? But
Thank you for calling our office. I'm sorry we missed your call.
they ain't sorry, chat.
If you'd like to leave a detailed comment for me or a member of my staff about legislation, please press 1. If you're a North Carolina resident and need help resolving a problem you're having with a federal agency such as the VA or Social Security, please press.
Wait while I transfer your call.
The silence? I almost feel like we need some Jeopardy music. Okay, so they have me on hold right now. Here's the thing. I don't know how long that's going to happen, but I was really just trying to show you it's not hard. I'm going to do this, and I'm sorry if this segment is boring. I'm sorry if this is coming across the wrong way, but like, I'm going to call again, and this time I'm going to go for the other senator because that's going to be a faster response time. So calling the switchboard once again, 202-224-3121, right? They're going to give me this whole spiel. I'm going to say, North Carolina. Wait, I answered too fast. Hold on.
Which are you trying to reach? You can say senator or representative.
Senator.
To reach your senator, tell me your state or your 5-digit zip code.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, do you want to speak to Ted Budd or
Tom Tillis.
Ted Budd.
Connecting you to the office of Senator.
Ted Budd? Styling?
You've reached the office of United States Senator Ted Budd. Thank you for contacting our Washington, D.C. office. Please leave your name, number, and reason for your call. You can also contact us on our website at bud.senate.gov. Thank you for calling and have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is D'Angelo Wallace. I'm a constituent from North Carolina. I'm calling to protest the funding of ICE. In general, it's just their recent murder of citizens, their continued terrorization of people throughout the years. It's not something that our taxpayer dollars were intended to be used for. I'm one of many, many, many people calling and just asking for some advocacy. We would like to see all ICE funding blocked immediately. Just one of many callers doing what I can. Thank you. Goodbye. It's like, it's not nothing. I'm not like single-handedly capable of doing anything, but we are capable of doing things together. I just don't want any of you to feel like there's nothing you can do. I know that this didn't immediately do anything, but it's really, 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 really important for you to know that you can do things. You can do so much research into using your voice in the ways that you can. It doesn't always have to be a protest thing too. Sorry. Hold on. Let me breathe for a second. That gave me a little bit of anxiety because actually I struggle with calls. That's one thing I struggle with. Tell me I need something to... Okay. I'm gonna be fine. I'm not gonna like cry on shim or anything. What I'm getting at here is like protesting. There's just a lot of ways to do it. Unfortunately, I can't really be out on the street like that. I really can't do it. But that doesn't mean there's nothing I can do. And I think right now we're seeing a lot of definitely like necessary support for people who are really out there doing a lot. And I'm very grateful for everybody who is using their abilities to the best that they can do. But I really, really want to sort of represent, there's a lot of us I know that you can't go out there. It's okay. You're not less of an important voice, I guess, in this country or anything like that, just because you may not have the ability to go to protest, just because you may, you know, I see a lot of framing of this as like, oh, well, it's because people are choosing their own comfort over, you know, this. No, I am also scared to die. I'm deeply uncomfortable, but I have mental illnesses that I just cannot push through in order to protest on the same level that everyone else is doing. But I'm going to do what I can. And I want everybody to do what they can. You're not a bad person for being at home. You're not a bad person for, you know, I just want you to know that because I really had to remind myself that over the weekend. But that's what I got to say. That's what I got to say. Sorry. Calling people is like not easy for me. Or like cold calls. I knew no one was going to pick up, but my anxiety was just like spiking. But I pushed through that because I just wanted to show you that you can do what you can. And if, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. I was seeing people say, stay safe. Yes, please do. Someone said, I'm disabled with 2 disabled kids. I would love to be out there, but it isn't safe for me or my kids. Yeah, no. It's a two-sided thing. On the one hand, you do have people fear-mongering over protests right now and doing everything that they can to discourage protesting or discourage reporting on protests to make it seem like it's not happening when it is happening, and also to fearmonger and make people feel afraid to protest. However, that's a separate issue from the fact that it is still not a 100% safe thing. And if you're prioritizing your own health or whatever, you do need to prioritize yourself, but please do everything you can within your power. This is a fairly straightforward thing that any citizen can do. But anyways, I don't want to lecture. I'm not here to lecture anybody on what to do because it's not your fault that we're in this scenario. It's certainly not my fault, but I'm also not going to do nothing. I'm not going to hop on stream and just be like, oh, let's talk about fun stuff for 4 hours and pretend like nothing's happening. I've never run my channel this way. Even if I'm not on a live stream doing things like this, I'm still absolutely just trying to do my best. It's not always the time, for me anyway, in the way I run my online content. It's not always the time to talk about these things because that's just not the basis of my channel, but it's still deeply important to me because it's never actually the wrong time to speak up about things. You know what I mean? But because of that, I do still really, really advocate for like downtime as well. You know what I mean? It is like so important to have times blocked out where you are also focusing on yourself, because you cannot be a good ally. You can't be an advocate for people if you're just completely beaten down. And whatever that means for the individuals, what it means, you know what I mean? If that means, oh, I need a day, 24 hours where I am not looking into this, I'm not, trying to have a minute by minute update of this, that, the other, so I can be stronger the next time I do look into it, do that. I don't see too much of this discourse, but I strongly discourage you to unplug, shut things down, turn off your notifications, don't browse things for small periods of time where you can just recharge and devote your energy to something that will restore you. Because the end goal of this is for us to all be able to have joy and happiness. I don't want to go into the beautiful future just completely worn down and unable to actually experience it. You have a lot of privilege. I'm telling you right now, just you being here and watching this live stream, I have a lot of privilege as well. But at the same time, the goal is for everybody to have the privilege of happiness wherever they can find it. Not for no one to be happy ever. Does that make sense? That's all I've got to say. That's all I've got to say about that. Reading chat. Someone said so much of what is happening is organizing community, mutual aid, not just protest, but mutual aid, and it may be that you can help with that. Yes, so many things. Just research into what people are doing. It's all important. Like, I don't know. I am discouraged and disheartened, obviously, by what's happening, but it is not lost on me how many people are stepping up, stepping forward. Driving to, I live in North Carolina, as you just found out from my phone call. Driving just to various places, there's been multiple times where I've seen people just staging mini protests with signs, a group of 10 or 15 random people just doing their own little protest. And I think right now it's being so underreported of how widely people are pushing back against this, which I find pretty insidious. Obviously, it's to give the illusion that actually America is okay with this and this is normal and ICE is our new normal and this, that, the other, but that's not how we're living at all. It is a no. And someone said vote midterms. Yes, all the voting that you can do. Yeah, don't rely on the majority to protect you, or that's not going to work. I don't think that has ever worked, but I think we've learned recently that's really not how that works. Anyways, Someone said, how long is this stream been going for? I've been live streaming for 24 minutes and 51 seconds on my end. It might be different on yours. Someone said 2 hours before bed, I have to turn off my notifications from my news apps because if it took over my life, I would not be able to have the energy to effectively fight for what's right. Yeah, that's valid. That is 2 hours before bed. You don't constantly have to be focusing on these things because trust me, they're still going to be there and they're still going to require your services when you're actually able to. I'm reading chat. Trump joked about canceling midterms. He's trying to do what he can to make sure we can't vote. Voter disenfranchisement that's another thing too, where you have to really pay attention to what is being reported and what is not being reported. Voter disenfranchisement or convincing people that they can't vote or making it incredibly difficult for people to vote is such a common tool used to block progress or inhibit progress. Excuse me. But yeah, you can vote, and threatening people or making them feel unsafe or saying, actually, we're going to cancel voting and this, that, the other. It's all just annoying grandstanding from people who are terrified. Oh, and people are saying it's illegal. Yeah, no, also it's illegal. But I mean, when has that ever stopped anything from this administration? Okay, someone said, I feel hopeless as long as this administration is in power. I will keep fighting, but the feeling of hopelessness is potent. I want you to know, and I mean this so seriously. That you living is a form of protest. I understand your hopelessness, and I unfortunately experience it at times as well. But I really, really think there's like social change that you can advocate for, but how do you survive as an individual in a climate like this? You have to focus on your personal protest. And for me, it's really just waking up every day. I'm still here. I take it you're still here if you're in my live chat. Things are getting worse. They are getting so much worse. But the fact that you can talk to me right now, or I can talk to all of you, this, that, the other, this is a form of protest. Being a marginalized person, you, whatever you are, even if you're not, like, the goal is for all of us to disappear. And the fact that we are all still here, still very upset, and still very angry, the goal is never going to happen. We're never going to go away. We're never going to go anywhere. You know what I mean? It's so awfully disheartening how many people are being harmed in service of this goal of trying to make us disappear. But please just keep going one day at a time and think to yourself, if that was a 24-hour period, I woke up, I went through my day, it's bedtime now, I protested, I resisted this administration. I did. And then try again and make sure to use your power wherever you can. That's how I feel personally. That's my stance on this right now. I'm in a state of constant protest as a Black person or as a queer person, and you can be that. You don't have to even be marginalized. Just as an ally, just as somebody who is not a conservative, be in a state of constant protest just by being here in this country and taking up space that you deserve to take up. Breathe the oxygen that they get mad when you breathe it in. Breathe it all. Take up the space, take up these resources. Someone said hope is a form of protest. I agree. Existence is resistance. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah. Someone said you're literally the most human content creator I've come across. Rare stuff, man. I appreciate that. I think the thing is, one last thing before we get into the topic. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude, first of all, is what I want to throw out there. But like, this is why I'm recording my videos this way. I know I talked about in my video, what was that, like 27 days ago now? It seems like both a long time ago and a short amount of time since I've been back. But like, I was trying to say, I just want to record these things live so you can see me trying. I want you to see me trying to make this content. I saw, it was a video I don't even remember, but somebody was talking about some scenario that had gone down. I was watching it as part of my research, and someone in the comments was like, oh my God, would you just get to the point? And I have like twofold thoughts on this. On the one hand, I do think a lot of creators would benefit from intros that are a bit more muscular, right? That get to the point a little quicker. However, it was something about the way this comment was written that really made me realize, like, oh, this person is not consuming this video as if it's come from a person. Because it's a very human thing to not immediately get to the point, right? I think this optimization of hitting all of your core points and having a hook and payoff and click through rate and all of this stuff, it was so deeply ingrained in me that, and then a lot of content creators as well. And it unfortunately kind of like, I use the word grooming, not in like the really dangerous way, but just objectively, it kind of groomed an audience of people who see content creators as just machines or like buttons, hot take buttons, just spit out the hot take. I clicked into this video to be validated and I already sort of have an idea of what you're going to say. So please just say it and don't do anything outside of that because that's not what I'm here for. And it's like, I reject that so wholeheartedly. I completely disagree that my job is actually to just like, I don't know, make points. I want to put the you back in YouTube. I have I'm bragging. I have an interview tomorrow. I get interviewed occasionally about the way I make content because I do weird things all the time. This recording videos live is my latest evolution of weird things, but they're asking me like, what are you doing? Why are you like recording all your videos live? That's a bit strange. And I'm going to tell them like, I'm trying to put the you back in YouTube for real, for real. I know it's a persona. I know there are things expected of me. I know I can't be 100% natural on camera or whatever, but like, bro, I can't explain this to you any simpler. I am D'Angelo. It says it right there. Under somewhere on screen right now, if you're on desktop, or you could hit a button and see it right now on mobile. Like, I am tired of being content. I am a creator for sure, but I myself am a person. I will cry sometimes or I'll struggle through things and I just don't care anymore. I don't know. People kept telling me, my audience kept telling me like, oh, D'Angelo, we're interested in what you're saying. We're interested in the things that you're doing or this, that, the other. And I found it kind of hard to believe. But this year I was like, okay, I'm going to take some of those comments to heart. And if people are telling me they're interested in me and what I'm actually doing, I'll try to just be me in a way that works for people. And it's been working really well. It's been working really well. Chat, everything has like, I don't know. The videos are videoing, the channel's growing, the live streams are doing amazing. I am mentally happy. I don't feel like I'm in a box anymore. If I'm like, I'm going to call, you know, the US Senate switchboard on stream to show people how they can protest ICE or whatever, I'm not having to think about, oh, but how is this going to come up? I don't care. That's something that I would do. And I am on YouTube trying to be me. So that's just me personally. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get into the video because I have a really good topic today. I really do. And it's kind of an experimental topic. I think usually I just talk about people doing things and then it's like, uh-oh, this person did this thing. Hold on, I'm going to start recording. Okay. We actually are recording this time. We're actually recording this time. All right. I'm going to boot up my second monitor. All right. I am excited for this video. Okay. We're in an unkindness epidemic, or you could call it like an empathy recession. I don't know. There's some like ChatGPT way of putting this, but I'm not a ChatGPT fan, so you're going to get my very human sort of musings on this topic. Most of my videos, someone online does something that people disagree with, and they talk about it in the responses to this, but this is more of a general point of, I would say, things that are related to me, things that I have noticed, and they're not necessarily as cut and dry as one person doing things. I think it's a general attitude shift that I would like to get into because I feel like it's affecting everything. It's affecting everything at this point. So my sort of entry point into thinking about all of this was seeing this article. I'm going to warn you right off the bat, y'all. This is a very disheartening article, but it's from the New York Times, and it's about how people are saying the R slur again. It's just, we're all back, I guess, for some reason, and have collectively decided that actually it's really cool to call people, I'm not going to use the word, right? Hold on. So one thing I do want to do, chat, before I actually get into this is I have to change this New York Times article, because anytime I have the actual R word on screen, YouTube is going to be like, oh, he has hate speech. It doesn't matter that I'm not going to say it. It doesn't matter that I'm not even going to read it aloud. YouTube is going to dock me. So let me actually get like, I'm going to use an extension to replace the word, because I just don't want to get demonetized. I don't deserve to get demonetized just because I'm trying to make a point here. Okay, hold on. I'm going to install this random Chrome extension called Word Replacer Max. I tried it on my laptop and it worked very well, so let's just do it. Hold on. This is so funny. Look, I'll show you right now. Okay, so it's not on screen right now. I'm not going to get in trouble. All I really have to do is open the extension. Wait, how do you even open extensions? Oh, okay, there we go. Open the extension. They have all of these like default ones. And we're just going to replace this specific string of 4 letters with this censored version, because I would like to still make money while making this point. Okay, that's been done. I'm going to refresh the page. Let me check and make sure this actually worked. Hey, it worked. Okay, we're so back. We're so back, chat. We're so back. All right. Also, I don't really super believe in censorship or anything like that. Again, this is YouTube's problem, not mine. So, the R word returns, dismaying those who fought to oust it. Now, before I get into this article, I think the first thing I would like to tell you is that this isn't a new thing. Advocates for, disability representation have been telling us since, I think, 2024. I did a little bit of research. You can see in late 2024, people were saying, oh, this word is resurging. You can see right here in 2025, courtesy of CNN, the R word is back, how a slur became renormalized. And now, very recently, we get this New York Times article, and that's the one that crossed my desk. And I was kind of like, okay, what's going on here? The term, long considered a slur for those with intellectual disabilities, is seeing a resurgence on social media and across the political right. Quick, act surprised. Someone said, hi, I just joined today. Or I just joined. What are we discussing today? We're talking about, in general, unkindness. And how I think it's not as simple as, oh, Mr. Rogers told us we should all be nice to each other. But like, it's a small, I wish people would talk about this a little bit more. All right, so late last month, a woman posted a photograph on social media of a purple hat she had knitted with a black and white dog, while a black and white dog lounged on the carpet a few feet away. The cozy scene was accompanied by a single sentence. This hat is an hour behind schedule thanks to influencer R slurs. Okay, so it's not like this is something language I've never seen. This is a part where I was really like, hold on. I feel like there's a point here. The proud knitter, Harmeet K. Dillon, is also the Assistant Attorney General overseeing the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. Her purview includes protecting the rights of people with intellectual disabilities by ensuring compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have government officials calling people slurs on Maine, right? I think I definitely understand that no one has actually really ever stopped using slurs. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say that this is a very, very new environment we're in. Things are actually so much worse, okay? So it says, for decades now, the R word has been regarded as a slur against people with intellectual disabilities, a word to be avoided, yet it has had a striking resurgence, in part because people in high-profile positions of power and influence have chosen to resurrect it, often with an air of defiance. The word R slur is back. Joe Rogan declared in April, describing its return as, quote, one of the great culture victories. Culture war. Culture. First of all, I'm going to be honest with you. 9 times out of 10, when I hear the word culture, my fight or flight chat, does anybody get triggered? I get kind of triggered by the word culture nowadays. My fight or flight response is just activated. And I'm like, uh-oh, what point is someone about to make? Obviously, it's just a word, culture. I have a culture as a Black American. Many of you have beautiful and diverse cultures. But people who are trying to say that there's some sort of culture war happening, or there's a culture victory, or woke culture is, this, that, the other. Woke culture is like being open to people telling you, oh, hey, that's a slur that was used to denigrate people like me, and is still thus. But the people in this article, they're going to make a case for why actually it's fine that they're just throwing this word around and that all this stuff is fine now. All right. So they're talking about Kid Rock appearing on Fox Nation, saying he was in an R slur costume, which funnily enough, he did while wearing a Jesus hat. He kind of played himself there. We've got, Fox News personalities using it to mock mayors who oppose Trump. Elon Musk using it on social media to insult a critic. It says it's recently been used on podcasts of white nationalist Nick Fuentes, Derek Hunter, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool. Okay, we get the point. It's kind of like the right's favorite pet right now is to just use this word and be like, oh yes, I'm winning. You can't demonetize me. I mean, I'm sure they're getting demonetized, but it's like, you can't deplatform me. I can be as awful as I can, right? Also, the more I go through this article, I can already feel this turning into a strong sort of like an easy pushback against this is like, well, censorship is bad. And if you're arguing for people to be censored online, then, you're a bad person. Chat, I'm arguing for not saying slurs. I'm not going to let anybody make me feel crazy. I'm not going to let anybody make me feel like I am the one who has lost touch with reality. My argument is maybe don't say slurs. That's all. That's kind of where I'm coming from. Censorship, I don't care. I don't think that like, oh, you should lose your platform and this, that, the other. Is that the other? Anyways, the use of hurtful word. Well, hold on. But like, shouldn't it be in your terms of service as a platform that this is worthy of losing your platform over? I do know for sure there are many things that I can't just sit here on YouTube and say and expect to still have this audience. It's definitely a case where people are not playing by the same rules at all. So when I say like, actually, I'm fine with people being deplatformed over this, it's because I feel like the platforms in general should not be permitting this nonsense. But what do you know? Someone said, don't say slurs shouldn't be a hot take. I agree. I'm not going to let this spiral into me sounding like I'm the wild one here. But the game has changed so much, okay? It's changed so much. So anyways, we've got Trump. They're just talking about like, look, diplomacy is out and mockery is in. Whether by displaying plaques that insult former presidents, depicting Mr. Trump spraying excrement on protesters from a military jet. Ew. What? Okay. White House messaging. This is a point in my outline, and we're going to get there in a second. The White House communications right now is unhinged to the point where that could almost be a video in and of itself. The things that official White House channels are putting forward right now are things that I feel like previous politicians would never be caught dead doing, but that is nasty. Anyways, depicting Mr. Trump spraying excrement on protesters from a military jet, or using the R word to question the intelligence of a political opponent, as Trump did in a Truth Social post on Thanksgiving Day, where he called Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz seriously. There you go, you've got the word. And he said he absolutely stood by the statement. And Dylan Harmeet did not answer questions about her use of the word. So we get point A. People are saying this. Now what? What is sort of point B? I think point B is pretty easy to follow. A lot of people are really upset and appalled by this. The word's proliferation has alarmed many advocates and people with disabilities who thought it had long since been removed from circulation. The drumbeat and use of this word is like nothing I've seen in a very long time, said Katie Neese, chief executive of the ARC of the United States, a disability rights organization. She called its use by the Justice Department's civil rights chief simply mind-blowing, right? Anyway, the New York Times is kind of getting into like, oh, why are people saying these things? But I really think that this advocate summed it up the best. It's language used by bullies to bully. That's sort of another point I'm going to try to make in today's video, even though this is all very nebulous. Someone said it hurt marginalized people further. I have that point in my video too. You can probably predict this video because I'm giving you a cold take today, but it's just on my mind. It's just on my mind. Like, the normalization or renormalization of bullying people is got to be stopped at this point. I'm going to show you examples of what I mean, but like, it definitely at one point was out. We all agreed that being bullies or punching down or this, that, the other, maybe not all of us, but mainstream wise, there's just no way that you would encounter this much vitriol for marginalized people coming from really loud sources that were at least feigning diplomacy in previous times. And I just find it so annoying. It reminds me of how the internet used to be before it temporarily started veering into what I thought, was some kind of normalcy. Anyways, reading. It's not just about race and ethnicity. It's also about disability, she said. This is why the R word is completely acceptable to them. It's us versus them. I think that is a good point. I think that's a good point. Someone said, wait, hold on. I'm going to read this chat. Someone said, I talked about using the R word with some random Facebook friends and they were like, the goal is to destigmatize it so the connotation changes. And like a week later, Trump used it. And I'm like, y'all know? No. Don't let people who use slurs hold on. Hold the phone right now. Sorry, iDubbbz. I know you apologize for this, but I've got to pull this up because this was like the worst thing ever. I can't find the actual video itself, but I call this the iDubbbz defense. I call this the iDubbbz defense, where back when iDubbbz thought it was cool and fun and interesting to use slurs before he did apologize and stop using them, which I appreciate, people would quote him so often and being like, well, by using these words, you are actually taking away their power and they're not bad and they can't hurt people anymore. We should all be using slurs, this, that, the other. As iDubbbz knows, the iDubbbz defense is complete garbage. It's baloney because you can't reclaim something that's not actually affecting you. That's not your job to do. Like, we have definitely seen instances of this happening. It seems like confusion, right? Because like, look at the word queer, for example. Hi queers, hi fellow queer. I'm queer, right? That was obviously used as a slur at one point massively, but it was reclaimed by queer people as their choice. I think that's such a big difference between somebody who is not affected by intellectual disabilities saying, oh yeah, let's just normalize this, let's just all use it, and then it won't mean anything anymore. Every single time you use it, you're denigrating people. It's such a misunderstanding. It's someone said reclaiming a slur that isn't yours. Yeah, no, I don't accept the iDubbbz defense. I never did. I've always thought the iDubbbz defense was bad. But yeah, the fact that people are still using it to this day, I'm like, bro, oh, he did some damage with that one, but that's okay. I mean, it's not okay at all, but y'all know what I mean. Anyways, so they're talking about people are using, usage of the word has skyrocketed on X. It says, according to a recent study by two Montclair State University researchers, the number is now over 46,000 times a day, a more than 2,000% increase. I can't hammer this point. Someone said queer people who read, there's weirdly still many queers who consider insulting. Well, that's the thing. Like, we're not a monolith either. So like, That's also why you, as a person outside of a community, definitely cannot be making sweeping generalizations about what is or is okay for people inside of it, because even the people inside of it aren't all agreeing. People are people. But anyways, I was going to say, I really, really, really want to hammer this point home, is that like, people are using it more. I think a lot of pushback against this line of thinking, I see people saying like, oh, this has always been the case. Oh, congratulations on your ice cold take, D'Angelo. It's getting worse. It is 100% getting worse. I'm reading chat. Someone said I call myself queer because that suits my identity best, but when a straight person uses it, it still makes me feel uncomfortable. That's valid. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm pretty much in the same boat. I call myself queer. Do you know why I call myself queer? Because that's the only one that I sort of slightly understand. I think like I understand what all the other letters mean, obviously, and I respect people's identity who fall into that umbrella. But queer was the one where I was just like, I think I'm that. And that's why I use it, because it's useful, not necessarily because I identify as anything. I don't really, but like, again, it's such a nuanced topic. That's why I'm excited to talk about this, because it's not something that people outside the community should be having input on or say. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody said reclaim slurs are self-IDs for me only. Yeah, exactly. Hey, let's just talk about it since we're talking about slurs, right? The N-word, not with the hard R, obviously, but like Black people's decision to use that word to refer to themselves or their friends or whatever. I leave that to every Black person individually. This isn't for people outside the Black community to be like, oh, well, I put on a rap song and it was N-word this, N-word that, so clearly y'all don't care that much. Chat, this has nothing to do with you. If you're outside the community, I'm going to be so honest. It's actually completely our choice to identify however we want to. And that's how I feel about all forms of language that have been considered to be denigrating throughout the years. It's the same thing. I've talked about this in the past before, but like, I know a lot of women, for example, have reclaimed like the B word for themselves. They're like, yeah, I'm a bad, you know what? And I'm just like, again, to me personally, that has nothing to do with me. That's every woman's choices of how she feels about that word. Go for it. Go crazy. Go stupid. But like, I'm going to be over here not calling people the B word because I just feel like it don't hit the same. That's the thing that I feel like certain words just don't hit the same coming from people when they're not in the community. It don't hit. You hear it and it's like, oh, why did that like sting a little bit? It's just not, I never want to be that guy who's just like, oh, well, y'all said y'all reclaimed it, so I'm going to be all over it. It's not me. Someone said I popped into here on the topic of slurs, and I've never been so sad. Oh, you're finna eat today. We're getting all up in this resurgence of the R slur is mostly what the first part of this video is about. Yeah, people think it's cool now, or part of a culture war victory to say it publicly, and you have people in the White House using it to refer to actual people, and I'm just like, this is bad. This is not good. This is not good. Someone said men shouldn't use that word. I agree. Or, I mean, like, I'm not going to use it because then you can't offend anybody if you're not using it. But anyways. All right. So what did we say? It's getting worse on X, obviously, and it's trickling down from the top. It says Musk influences a lot of people, especially in the manosphere. So we had a hunch that the platform was going to have more use of the term. Then when Trump used it, it was like a nuclear bomb. There are so many words in the English language that have been driven out of use because we've been told that they're politically incorrect. So says, hold on, wait. Now, hold on. Let nobody say that I'm one-sided. Let's see what right-wing activist and self-described free speech warrior Mark Meckler has to say about this. Because maybe I'm wrong, and maybe actually saying slurs is super cool. And I was just thinking about it wrong. There are so many words in the English language that have been driven out of use because we've been told that they're politically incorrect. So says Mark Meckler on his podcast. Well, that's just cultural Marxism. Cultural Marxism. Okay, hold on. So this has now come back into common use, and I'm actually glad it has, because it just shows we've been recapturing language from the woke left. said Mr. Meckler, who, in adding that he did not mean to insult quote unquote mentally handicapped people, used another term that disability advocates say is outdated. Yeah, you shouldn't be calling people that either. Obviously, we all know this. Okay, so before I get into the rest of this defense, stay right where you are, because I have something to show y'all. I just realized my tracksuit pants are like really close to being skin colored. That's a dangerous line to walk. Anyways, I'm such a tracksuit fan, though. Oh my gosh, I love a good tracksuit. I can't stop wearing them. I do run, but I don't wear tracksuits to run. Anyways, all this to say, this is called the Communist Manifesto. Someone said, I thought when you walked away. Chat, I'm wearing pants. Okay? Look. There's pants. I'm wearing pants. I have worn pants every single stream. I am not one of those dudes. I swear to God. Actually, streaming makes me feel like weirdly naked forever. I have nightmares that like I'm live on stream, but I'm still asleep or I'm half dressed or whatever. I'm wearing so many clothes all the time. I swear to God. Anyways, this is the Communist Manifesto. Okay. I think that, it's the Communist Manifesto and a bunch of other stuff. I don't think you should be allowed to call things Marxism unless you actually know what is in here. I think the usage of this as a catchphrase for literally anything that we just say, well, that's Marxism. This is cultural Marxism. This is a form of Marxism. Everybody who disagrees with me in economic policy is a Marxist. You have two things that you're going to realize. Number one, almost nothing that people call Marxism is Marxism. And number two, communism isn't bad. But anyways, I just have to sort of hop into my next point here. Those who defend the word's use often contend that it is meant as a synonym for stupid or slow and not as a reference to people with intellectual disabilities. Oh, okay. So we have Megyn Kelly. Oh man, Megyn Kelly. She is so funny. Like, she's not funny because she's really, 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 really harmful. But she's kind of funny. Does that make sense? I think on some level, I do find conservative commentators slightly funny. Also, someone right here said, and funny, by funny, I don't mean they're trying to be. I just mean the whole concept of them in a vacuum. It's adjacent to comedy, but it's mostly just sad. That's how I feel about Megyn Kelly. Somebody is Googling, is Megyn Kelly a Democrat or a Republican? Oh, of course, she's one of those people who, according to the AI, which I should not be using as a source, identifies as politically independent and nonpartisan. Sure, Megyn. Anyways, let's see what our good friend said no one ever, Megyn Kelly, had to say. It's not really like anyone wants to make fun of people who are slow. Oh my God, can we stop talking about people this way? This article is an excruciating read. This article is a hard read. Because listen, I don't have an intellectual disability, but I do have a neurodevelopmental disorder. Uh-oh, chat. He has a neurodevelopmental disorder. How am I supposed to feel reading this article? Being like, oh yeah, when we're using the R slur, we're not trying to make fun of people who are R slur. I'm just like, sorry, this is painful. It's not really like anybody wants to make fun of people who are slow when it comes to brain development. Okay. It's that they're sick and tired of being told what they can and cannot say. No one's trying to actually say something negative about that community, Miss Kelly added. They're trying to say something about the person they're targeting, that they're kind of slow. So chat said, we'll suffer through the article with you. Thank you. Excruciating read. So, I mean, let's go ahead and address this though. Like this idea, which I see a lot coming from slur mains, is like, oh, we're not actually calling people that. And we're especially not calling people that who are like a slur. Every time you do it, you are calling everybody a slur. I think that's the thing that is so like insidious about harmful language, is its ability to instantly compress and flatten somebody's identity into just a non-entity. I think that's the thing personally, where it's like, what is it so annoying? What do I find so awful about the N-word, for example? It's mostly just the fact that the people who use it really do think it's a way to instantly compress any individuality I may have, any agency, any self-worth, to make some sort of point about how edgy they are or this, that, the other. It's painful, right? Obviously. Now, granted, no, there is no granted. I just hate it and it hurts. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if somebody pisses you off and you call that person the R slur. In doing so, you were taking this very idea of having any sort of intellectual disability and compressing it into something negative, because it's not a moral argument. Or I'm sorry, it's not a moral failure to be disabled. That's the thing. The thing that it only gets used in terms of moral failure. I think every single individual usage of the word in this or every single example usage of the word in this article so far has been denigrating people who you don't like and reducing things that people actually experience just to do that, to dunk on other people. You're harming people. It's stupid. I saw someone in chat's making fun of people who say it's not that deep. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I can already hear the responses. I don't care about the responses of just like, it's not that serious. It's just a word. It's never just a word. It's literally never just a word. Anyways, some said dehumanizing. It places others as less than. Yeah, exactly. Where was I? Oh, I had it highlighted. Hey, no one's trying to actually. No, I read that already. Oh, okay. So now they're interviewing people who actually have intellectual disabilities, like Helena Donato Sapp, who I'm happy that she came forward and talked about how this makes her feel. Helena is a junior in high school. Helena? Wait, hold on. How do you usually say that name? Pronunciation? I am so bad at this. Helena. Okay. I don't know why I was saying like Helena. I just made that up. I'm sorry. Wait, that's the AI though. Chat, are there any Helenas here? How y'all be saying y'all's name? Maybe this guy can help us. Hold on.
We are looking at how to pronounce this.
Oh, wait, I can't hear it. Hold on, wait. You can hear it, but I can't hear it. Advanced audio properties. You know the drill. You already know the drill. Let me fix it for me. I see people in chat saying Helena, but I saw someone say Helena. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see how this guy says it right here.
Name of Greek origin, meaning bright, shining light.
Okay.
How do you go about pronouncing it? It is often said as Helena.
Helena.
But you will sometimes hear it pronounced as Helena.
Hey! I'm not completely dumb. I am not a complete fool. Okay, well, someone said it depends on what part of the world. Both are correct, but Helena is more typical. Okay, great. Well, in the absence of knowing how Helena self-identifies, I will go with Helena. Helena is a junior in high school with several learning disabilities. Last semester, while walking through campus at lunchtime, she heard a classmate call a friend the R word and was taken back by words she associates with shame. It makes me feel bad and confused that people still use it, she said. So they're kind of talking about the evolution of words that have been used to refer to people with intellectual disabilities, etc. They're talking about how the word was sort of outmoded over time, as it should have been. And it says right here, rejection of the term gradually took hold in 1992. So, like, we know. By the time I was kicking in 98, I been knew from jump that, well, okay, I wasn't conscious in 1998. By the time I was conscious as someone who was born in 1998, I definitely knew. I think another thing too, and hold on, chat, because this is a little bit of a hot take. I actually don't have that much vitriol for people who were using like non quote unquote PC language without realizing, because you can't do better unless you know better. There's definitely, just me growing up in Texas, there's a lot of things that I used to say about people that I just heard other people say, and I would repeat it, and then it had to be explained to me like, oh, hey, that's wrong, that's bad. I don't even think it's a thing where I'm like, oh, anyone who has ever casually called someone the R slur, you need to like grovel and beg for forgiveness. No, I just think it's more of a thing. Hold on. Pardon me. I think it's more of a thing where, like, as you grow and learn as a person, which is something I thought we did as we continue to exist on this planet, maybe you update the way that you talk about people. It's not really that serious. If you come to me and you tell me, like, people say it's not that serious to use the word. No, I think it's not that serious to change your behavior so that you're not offending people. If you come to me and you're like, oh, well, I'm a lot older than you, D'Angelo, and we used to use this word, I'm not thinking to myself, oh, y'all were all evil and awful human beings. I'm just like, we operate within the constraints of the status quo. I am just appalled that the status quo shifted one way into what was correct and now seems to be sliding backwards into what it was. Someone said I joined at work right now and I don't have earbuds, so I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure D'Angelo's being smart and cool. I'm trying, but I hope you're having fun at work. I'm trying to be smart and cool. It's hard when everything around me is so dumb. It's so stupid. Anyways, where are we going? Okay, so we sort of get the point. There's a reason people don't say it. It was at one point replaced in federal legislation and policies during the Obama administration. To go from that to now you have people within the current presidential administration using it, or the current president, for crying out loud. Yeah, we really stepped backwards. Someone said the moral backsliding go crazy. It does. It is ridiculous. Anyways, so you have other people talking about how this makes them feel, and it says, I see, you have a person who growing up as a child in Virginia, Jill Egley, had been referred to as the word, and she said, I had a hard time because I was made fun of, laughed at, I didn't have a boyfriend, always ridiculed, and always, you know, just was the odd one out. No boy ever asked me to the prom and stuff. They all called me the R slur, and I tried to be nice, but it wasn't the way it should be, and it was hurtful. You know what I mean? I'm definitely preaching to the choir a little bit, but not 100%. I do think that even as people who try to have nice opinions and do people right, it is still kind of easy to forget that there is literally always a human being on the other side of whatever issue we're talking about. There is always somebody who is so hurt by whatever we're getting into, they have no platform to advocate for themselves. Is that the other? These are the parts of the articles I find I can't ever cut them out of my video. I can't ever skip them. It's really easy for people who may not be affected by this word to sit here and be like, oh, that's wrong, and then move on. But my sympathies always lie with these people. I don't want the average person in the world, because people who have intellectual disabilities are average people. They're just like us. I don't want the average person feeling like things are so deeply one-sided and you just have no voice to speak up about it. We have this person right here, who said anytime she hears the word, it makes her want to run, hide, and curl up in a ball. It's always that deep, is my reaction to that article. Now, I wanted to get into some of the comments on this article. I know I kind of skimmed it, but I don't think I need the New York Times to tell us why slurs are bad. But the comments are fascinating, man. They are fascinating. Okay, so I don't have a New York Times subscription because no, but hopefully they will still allow me to read the comments. Some of the comments, there's a lot of comments and I don't want to read them. They already had to close the comment section. This article literally came out, I think, yesterday or something like that, and they already had to close the comments down. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit bigger. I'm telling you right now, not all of the comments are bad. Don't worry. I'm not just gonna give you like a big dose of, oh my gosh, why are you reading any of this, D'Angelo? Spare me. Some of the comments are good, and some of the comments are the exact kinds of people who I think are contributing to this sort of unkindness epidemic. Oh my gosh, I wish this would go away. Wait. Oh, I can't make it go away. I thought I was gonna like software engineer my way into making it disappear. Hold on, wait a second. I know what a div is. I know HTML. Hold on. I bet I can do this right now. Hey, let's go. Super hacker over here. Who you know? Add that to my little mini skills. What do I do at this point? I yap online. Okay, so I'm not sure about the supposed list of skills, but add being a super hacker, super HTML expert to my list of skills, please. Anyways, for months. Okay, so you have one of the authors of this article saying what sort of inspired her and her co-writer to write about this was that at a family Thanksgiving day brunch, a cousin of mine in high school dropped the word in conversation without realizing it was a slur. I was shocked. I was in school during the peak of the Special Olympics Spread the Word to End the Word campaign, and I remember learning not to use it. That same day, President Trump got on Truth Social to call Governor Tim Walz that word. And that's what somebody in chat was saying. Somebody has already confirmed this story that this happened to you as well, where people in your life were trying to advocate for, no, it's cool to use the word, and then Trump uses it, and you realize what kinds of people it benefits to normalize slurs like this, right? And so that's why they set out to tell the history. Okay, now, one of the top replies right here says, maybe we as a society, says Ray from Oregon, ought to evaluate whether making forbidden words that are referred to by their first initial is truly an effective way. Sorry. Wow. I struggle to read that. It's written so elevated. Hold on. Ray is operating on a level beyond the beyond. Let me put on my thinking man's glasses. Okay. Maybe we as a society ought to evaluate whether making forbidden words that are referred to by their first initial is truly an effective way to discourage hate and harmful speech. There's something tempting, especially for teenagers, about a forbidden word. Same with every curse word of the past or forbidden action like drinking. Banning it and reacting with shock and shame every time it comes up doesn't always help discourage the bad behavior. I see your argument and I raise you, but what about maybe don't use slurs? My argument is not as thought out as yours. I didn't use as many words. It doesn't sound as cool or interesting. It sounds like much more of a cold take than yours, but I'm going to stick with mine on this one. What if actually I don't care about anything you just said and then people are telling you this language makes them uncomfortable? You just chose not to use it. I think that makes a bit more sense than some absolute reach. Why do you have to like bend over backwards to try to figure out how to justify the usage of slurs? So you have one of the article's co-writers saying, I agree that, quote, our word may not be the best in referring to a word that should not be used, but the options are limited. And the issue is not so much the use of a forbidden word by teenagers as it is the use of a word that offends and stigmatizes a historically marginalized group by adults in power. That is the crux of this video. I want to talk about how the things that are happening right now from adults in power have trickled down so far that unfortunately teenagers or children or this new generation of people who are very rapidly approaching voting age, if not having already crossed it, things are getting so much worse. This isn't a case of me being like, oh, the generations are bad. One generation's buying avocado toast and the other this seems really cut and dry to me. So this is enough of the New York Times article. I want to give you 3 more examples really fast of what I mean by this coming from the very top. So, for example, Elon Musk, who unfortunately has way too much power and influence over things right now. I've told you already about what people were using his platform to do to create those deep fakes of random women and even children. And it got to the point where there had to be, this is a brand new update. The EU investigates Elon Musk's ex over Grok AI deep fakes. The way he responded to the situation with so much like callousness, a complete lack of care for the people who were being affected by this, made like no sudden moves to stop people from being harmed, bullied, victimized, and violated by these things. These are what the people at the top are doing, right? Another example I have, and I'm warning you, this is stupid, okay? So you have a sports writer, Rick Riley, and he was talking about how he believes that Donald Trump actually cheats a lot at golf. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm not. I don't know how golf works at all. But if you want to tell me that President Trump is cheating at golf, I'm gonna take your word for it. You're probably right. But apparently he has like done the numbers. He has like run the actual research, and Trump hates this dude. I mean, Trump kind of hates everyone, but golf is like his baby. He's always playing golf instead of doing his job. And so I guess the idea that someone dare come between him and this image of him as the greatest golfer of all time really pissed him off, to the point where the actual Trump campaign spokesperson, Stephen Chung, I can't make this up. Who is Stephen Chung? The White House communications director. I almost want to like consensually put my hand on your shoulder for a second, or I can hover above it. The White House communications director said in a statement to People magazine, Rick fantasizes about having a golf game as good as President Trump, but instead of putting in the hard work to improve his crappy game, only he didn't say crappy, he cursed. Rick allows his severe case of Trump derangement syndrome to completely take over his life. He should seek urgent medical care before it's too late. Like, there's so many reasons to not really rock with America right now. You could throw a dart at a board and pick a reason. You could pick a reason out of a hat, and I will agree with you. But our actual administration talking about random citizens in this way, this is the level of what's going on at the top that I believe is trickling down and affecting all of us. Even if we are not adopting this language, seeing it normalized on a scale like this is not good for anybody. And it is absolutely normalizing it. The last point I want to sort of pull up here is that Harmeet Dillon person who, again, what was her job? Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Justice. She's out here on Twitter, on Maine, talking about conservative influencers. If you think you are, quote, keeping the pressure on or winning by spreading BS attacks on Trump's handpicked cabinet, you are not. You are earning money to spread misinformation. You are hoes. Learn an honest profession. It's really, really, really bad. It's not normal. There were 0 previous administrations where people talked like this and were able to still have their jobs. It's been normalized. We done been normalized just bullying people. Oh my God. So sorry, that's the last one I want to show you. The idea that somebody could be any sort of official or proxy to an official and talk about people this way online is wild to me. When you have people being fired over much less, you have people being fired or like ousted for doing things like protesting. protesting things that are wrong. You have that going on, but God forbid we expect elected officials or the people who represent them to have any modicum of respect for talking about people. Someone said the Department of Justice is so baked. Dude, this whole administration is washed. It's so bad. It's so bad. But anyways, sorry. So kind of getting into how do I think, or what do I think that this actually has to do with like us? Because I'm not the one doing all these things. I want to pull this article, and it says, as a teacher, I see how cruel political rhetoric makes our kids less kind. Okay. I've noticed troubling behaviors in students as young as 7, using racial slurs, mocking peers for differences, and retaliating in cruel ways. Instead, they should be learning empathy and fairness. Hot take alert. This teacher thinks that kids should be learning empathy and fairness instead of slurs and bullying people. I don't know, chat. That's kind of a big ask. That's kind of a big ask. Bring back Mr. Rogers. No, don't bring him back. Let him rest. Let him rest. But like, did y'all learn nothing? Did y'all actually learn nothing from this man? I'm such a big fan of Mr. Rogers because of like the important things I learned from him as a child, and also because he's been dead for 23 years. See, he can't disappoint me. Like, how did we go from Sesame Street to this? Anyways, as a second grade teacher, I've long believed that character isn't something you explain, something you show. Okay, so I don't really want to like super get into this, but it's making the same point I'm going to make. I don't want to plagiarize. Her article here, I started doing my own research. I started looking into what are the kids doing and how does this sort of work, right? It says right here, I want to summarize our main point. We need to talk honestly about what today's political climate is teaching our kids, not just through policy, through tone, language, and example. Like, I know it gets easy to disprove videos when I start making nebulous points like this of like, oh, the kids are getting worse and I blame Trump. But chat, I promise you I'm not wrong about this. Here's an example right here from the flip the camera trend. Are any of you familiar with this, by the way? Before I get into this, have any of y'all heard about the flip the camera trend? I learned about it and I was like, y'all are not really seeing people as people. Okay, so this is going to be a tricky one to talk about because I choose not to show you any of these actual videos. But what people are, someone said this generation has Prager, Utah, and their schools. Oh my God. You're correct. But it's scary to think about. Okay, so I see a lot of people are saying they haven't heard of it. Many of you have. This sucks so bad. Who here has ever gone to take a picture of something? You went to take a picture of a cat, your child, something great, and you accidentally opens the camera facing yourself, and then you're like, what is that? And how is this me? You know what I mean? That feeling of being recorded when you didn't realize it was happening and you didn't have any sort of control over that. That's a pretty bad feeling, right? People are literally, they have taken that feeling and they are forcing it upon other people. They've turned it into a TikTok trend. So the way this works is you are with a group of people and you ask somebody, oh, hey, can you hold my phone? Can you record us? But you ask them to flip the screen towards you. So you have people who are like me right now, like, okay, sure, here. They can't see what's on the screen. So you've got people coming up and flipping the camera so that people are recording themselves without realizing. It is literally just recording people without their consent. And you've got people in front of them doing like the dance or whatever. But the actual point of the video is to try to trick people into recording themselves without realizing, handing you back the footage. And then people are posting this footage online. So they're just posting videos of people without their consent, without their knowledge, making fun of them. It's bullying. It's like obviously bullying, right? That's not something that you go into with the right mindset or anything like that. But what has been so painful is seeing that like people don't even realize it's bullying. Or what I mean by that is like people on TikTok are having to explain to the kids, hey, this thing that you're doing, I'm sure you know on some level that it's not right, obviously, but it is actually bullying, recording people without their consent, etc., etc., etc. Like, I promise you, if this had happened in a different era, there wouldn't actually need to be any sort of discourse about whether or not this constitutes bullying. But I think the goalposts have been moved so far right now that people don't even think about things normally. Again, when you have people calling random citizens of the US, oh, you have Trump derangement syndrome and you need to get help, or calling people this, that, the other, normalizing slurs again, this ranks kind of low on the list of how awful people are being to each other. And that's why I think this normalization is such a bad thing, because it does have net effects. Someone said people have been doing that for a decade, but it's becoming a trend now. Yeah, the fact that this is going viral is what's so interesting to me. And so I kind of pulled these comments right here that I want to go over. Again, I tend to be very wary of like, oh, the kids are getting worse. The kids are getting worse. But listen, every year as a middle school teacher, this person is reacting to the trend going viral. I say this is the most apathetic, uncaring group of kids I've ever seen. And then the next year comes and I'm like, this is the most apathetic, uncaring group of kids I've ever seen. Rinse and repeat. First of all, if I see you, if you're a teacher right now in this climate, thank you, but oh my God, that's not a job that I could do for sure. I worry about our teachers right now. I haven't been in school in a long time. I worry about our teachers. This person said, I teach junior high. I swear manners and being nice have gone down the toilet. Teachers are the canaries in the coal mine and no one is listening. That's kind of what motivated me to make this video. It's just like, it's not an original thought. It's not a point, I guess, that I needed to say, but it's really, really, really easy to focus on the high level of what's going on right now and how it's affecting people, as we should be. But we have all this happening as like a cultural underpinning, and it's going to result in another wave of people that we have to explain empathy to or explain why these things are actually wrong and bad. That's also why someone said I'm a teacher. It's so true. I believe you. I absolutely believe you. I'm leaving all this in the video. I'll advocate for teachers. I'm a huge advocate for teachers. It's also why, like, I never stop calling this stuff out either. I will never sort of accept this idea that like, oh, it's not that deep, or oh my God, you can't get offended by any little thing. We should be real offended and disturbed that a president is using slurs, and you have people with these disabilities saying, ooh, that makes us feel pretty bad, but there's not much we can do about it. Kids are using slurs not knowing they're slurs. Kids are bullying, sort of understanding it's bullying, but having no model for why this would be wrong in the first place. You have way more examples of how to do wrong and succeed massively right now as a child than you do of people doing the right thing. I just realized that saying it out loud. That really, 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 really sucks. I think that when I was a kid, I did constantly see empathy being modeled and examples of people succeeding by doing right by people. That was the more common thing. But right now, who are kids watching? Influencers. Children are watching Andrew Tate. Not anymore. He's kind of irrelevant at this point, but like, you could just open up the algorithm and get flooded with people on TikTok showing you can be a horrible human being and succeed. You're more likely to succeed by doing the wrong thing. I don't know. It just kind of sucks. Someone said, where's the empathy? The empathy has left the chat a long time ago, and I'm upset about it. I have 2 more points to make. So my first one is that it is literally always marginalized people who are primed to be affected by this the most. I think that this sucks for all of us, by the way, to be clear. But like, you have Maureen McCormick, who, you know, works with the Special Olympics, and said, Joe Rogan, your statement that the R word is back and it's one of the, quote, great culture victories, ignores the terrible hurt it causes to the millions of people with intellectual disabilities. This is not a victory. It's a regression, right? It's also worth pointing right here in that flip the camera trend that was going viral or whatever. The punchline of this video is almost always at the expense of the recorders. It says, it's often someone the dancing kids are trying to make fun of, be it a less popular kid, a person struggling with homelessness, or an elderly person. I swear to God, when I was a child, they did not have an app that I had access to where I could just log on and see people being rewarded for this behavior. It's doing a number on these kids. Like, again, I'm not a believer like, oh, every generation gets worse or this, that, the other, but this just seems pretty cut and dry to me. Now, the last thing I want to talk about today is kind of this resurfaced clip of, and I was back and forth on whether I wanted to talk about this, but I do, because I think it's an important part of my outline. People get kind of disgusted by empathy. Someone said, nah, we had bum fights and jackass. Okay, no, listen, I'm not saying that marginalized people have never been the butt of the joke when I was a child. Unfortunately, I was often the butt of the joke as a child. I'm just saying group partaking in this behavior and the normalization of it and the ease of access. There was never just like a single button that you could take to participate in this stuff. I know, because I was there 20 years ago. Things are just different now. It's kind of the same thing with the AI deepfakes, where it's like, there was never just one button that you could press to violate somebody's privacy like this. If you wanted to do deepfakes or whatever, you had to do it. You couldn't just ask a chatbot to do it for you. So I think everything is just getting a lot easier. It has never been easier to be a horrible person. It's never been easier to indulge. Someone said, I feel like we should talk about solutions to lighten the mood. This is depressing. Don't worry, chat. I'm not going to depress y'all for an entire 4-hour stream, but it's still pretty important to talk about, because I just feel like you should be on the lookout for it in your personal life. And I'm bringing it up because I don't want you. Someone said jackass were mean to each other, not randos usually. I don't even remember that show, if I'm being honest, but I'm bringing this up mostly because it's like, I don't know. I'm always back and forth. I'm always back and forth on my topics. I just think I don't want this one little asterisk to go unnoticed. I think when we look back on this time or whatever, we're definitely going to be like, oh, these bigger issues were really bad. The rolling back of protections for society's most vulnerable people is really bad. The rise of far-right authoritarianism and fascism and all of that stuff was awful. I'm just always that guy who's kind of like, and also it was really hard to be a kid. In 2026, also it was really, really hard to be just somebody who is sensitive to hearing slurs or this, that, the other. Like, we get so much big, giant coverage all the time, and it's important. But things like this, I think, are also important. I'm just constantly thinking about, I can't stop thinking about it. Someone says it's all connected. It definitely is. Okay, so 1 year ago, Selena Gomez, actually, let's talk about 7 years ago. Okay, 7 years ago, Selena Gomez used her money, her influence, to produce a documentary about the immigration crisis. Okay, this was in 2019. In 2019, Selena Gomez funded this story, which was a platform for people to talk about how dangerous it is being undocumented in this country, in the United States. Just obviously it being a political issue is one thing, but actually I don't really think many things are political issues should be political issues, but it was a very like human focused approach that she took. And personally, I think that's a good example of using your platform. Selena Gomez, in this op-ed for Time, said, in the 1970s, my aunt crossed the border from Mexico to the United States, hidden in the back of a truck. My grandparents followed, and my father was born in Texas soon after. In 92, I was born a U.S. citizen thanks to their bravery and sacrifice, right? Yes, Selena Gomez, I'm pretty sure, is like so rich. Richer than God, this, that, the other, but she is still like a person, right? So this has been a really, really long game, and it's been something, I don't use the word game to belittle it. I'm just saying she's been in this for a while, and it's obviously something that affects her pretty deeply. And so about 6 years later, in 2025, she goes viral for posting this video right here. I'm sorry that I'm pulling this from Sky News. It was just kind of hard to find actual clips about this elsewhere, but I'm kind of glad that I'm here because the people in the Sky News comment section are really going to make my point for me. So I don't know how to make this any bigger. But about a year ago, when things were still awful, when things were continuing to be bad, she is here responding this way.
I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry. All my people are getting attacked.
Well, I don't know what that is. It goes on for, I think, 30 seconds or something like that or whatever. But you would honestly think that she had, like, I don't know, killed someone or asked people for money. In this video, you have people saying, translation, my entire staff won't be here at home. Setting up a camera, recording yourself crying and posting it to social media is just wild. I have secondhand embarrassment. How about donating your $1.3 billion to them? There's nothing I could do, she says. However, the world revolves around money. Money's power. The fact that she isn't able to do anything is a straight up lie. I think if Selena Gomez is crying and saying, I don't know what to do, but is also somebody that we know years and years and years and years ago has already done things with her platform. She's not being literal, chat. I don't think the point of that video was to say, oh, I, Selena Gomez, uber rich, expect you to fix this immigration crisis that we're facing. People are just so nasty when you exhibit any sort of empathy online. That's something that I myself have noticed. That's something that, like, is clear. And I think Selena Gomez is a pretty good example because she's not a perfect person. Selena Gomez isn't somebody who has handled every single controversy or issue, right? But I just want to get at the crux of the issue. People have a more strong gut reaction to somebody expressing empathy than they do to people actually being cruel. This is enough to really, really rile people up for some reason. All the things that I'm showing you earlier of people calling people hoes or using slurs and this, that, the other, these are the things that seem normal to people now. So anyways, this clip resurfaced recently, and I was looking at some of the discourse about it, and that's what really pushed me to talk about it. So one thing you should know is that, hold on, I'm going to pull right here. Another example of this administration being this administration. They were bullying her over this. The Trump, someone said we want celebrities to speak out, and then this, hold on, I'm gonna talk about celebrities speaking out in a second. The Trump White House takes aim at Selena Gomez in new video responding to her crying about deportations. And yeah, it was like, it was going on and on. They were posting multiple posts making fun of her, calling her out, etc. She eventually deleted it and said apparently it's not okay to show empathy for people. But yeah, it says the official White House post titled "Moms of Victims of Illegal Aliens Slam Selena Gomez. You didn't cry for our daughters." Okay, sorry. Reading this stuff out loud is just like, it's draining. It's draining. But it turned into a whole thing where I'm just like, we're so backwards. We're so backwards where your elected officials being hateful to you, that's just a whatever. But people crying, having empathy for people who are being detained by ICE, etc., or whatever, that's what we need to all be here hating and making sure she never expresses this. And what I think is really, really interesting is I'm not even only seeing this in the spaces you would expect it to, right? I say that and then I'm going to bring up Reddit, right? But hold on. Let's see. It's comments like this where it resurfaced recently. A lot of people were talking about it on Reddit, and they were like, her intentions were good, but I will always side-eye people who upload videos of themselves crying. But F ICE, always and forever. And I'm like, that's fair. It's fair to side-eye videos of people who are crying, and I think that you should. I really, really, really do. I just want to say, it's still really deeply important to me to see things like this. I don't only want to see celebrities thriving. If this is an unpopular opinion to some people, I did see a lot of people were pushing back against this whole she shouldn't have recorded herself thing. I don't think you're ever really going to convince me it's the wrong move to show yourself being empathetic, especially considering the fact that she is not someone who has done nothing. She has contributed. She is doing things. People are bringing up other things that she's done as well. I don't know why people get like this when you cry. I don't know why people get like this when they just kind of get the ick. I think when you're doing anything that is perceived as being genuine or earnest, because it's hard to watch or it's cringe for a lot of people. I had one other one just to show you that people are really, really getting into this. This response right here says, why is everyone having an issue with her crying about this though? I have never stepped foot on USA soil and have no wish to, and the stuff I see on the internet about the situation brought my sensitive self to tears multiple times. At least she did something. Maybe it wasn't the best approach to the topic, but I believe her intentions were good. She still did more than 90% of other celebrities. It's just like, I see the nuance. Someone in chat said, I agree that filming yourself crying can be weird in some instances. I can tell if the person breaks down midway in the video and they can't afford to do more retakes, but it's off-putting. I hear what you're saying, and I agree. 9 times out of 10, I'm questioning, why would you want sympathy? Or what are you trying to get from me by crying is what I usually ask when I see these videos like this. But I'm kind of just like, if the thing that you're asking, I guess, is for empathy for people who are marginalized, I don't really mind. I think I said I was going to talk about celebrities sort of being or speaking out or this, that, the other. The word performative gets thrown around a lot nowadays, right? Excuse me. Actually, I almost used the word performative in a video yesterday, or in my video title, and then I chose not to. I was going to say the performative male final boss watches heated rivalry as my video title. And then I was really thinking to myself, I don't want to use the word performative because I'm tired of labeling everything that is expressing any sort of empathy as performative. It seems like a weird overcorrection. I think being critical of people and what they're trying to show you is a good thing, and we should all be doing that, especially coming from people who have a lot of power, who have a lot of money, a lot of influence, etc. But I've been seeing the performative allegations get thrown around a lot. Billie Eilish is performative. Mark Ruffalo is performative. We're all performative for being on the red carpet talking about, they want ICE out or F ICE and all this stuff. And I'm just like, the thing that we're talking about is like, you're performing empathy, I guess. Is that a bad thing to perform? If these are also people who were individually like, I don't know. There's nuance. Please work with me, chat. I have really mixed feelings about this. There's a lot of celebrities who do things that are 100% contrary to what they're saying, for sure. Leonardo DiCaprio is a massive advocate for the climate crisis, but then there's also like flying around in private jets, and it's like, what's going on? But does that mean that I guess I throw out the millions and millions and millions of dollars? I don't know. And that's why I'm here on stream right now talking about it. I feel kind of stuck. I feel kind of trapped. Someone said it's better than being silent. Yeah, I think, look, we've seen what being silent looks like. We all know right now there's celebrities who are catching a lot of flack because people find it strange that they seem to have no thoughts or opinions on the things that are happening right now. I would vastly prefer somebody says something that comes across as performative than, I don't know, nothing. It's strange. Someone said I hate this word. Yeah, no, the performative allegations or accusations really do my head in, because I'm just like, what's the alternative? Is there a way for me to sit here on live stream right now as an influencer who is profiting off of this conversation and talk about how these things are making me sad without it being performative? And if I'm being performative right now, am I not performing something that is good? I don't know. It's really odd. Someone says celebrities have influence, actually. Yeah. Should you not be taking it? Should you not be taking red carpet events and speeches and Golden Globes? You should be using these opportunities. Should you not be in interviews on national television talking about these things? I thought that's what we wanted. It's very odd. It's very odd. Someone said, I think performative is so silly when it comes to the internet, like we're not all performing. Yeah, no, it bothers me. But this is not a video of me saying Selena Gomez is a perfect person. This is not a video of me saying you should always believe it when a celebrity comes forward and says something that they believe in or whatever. I just see more pushback for empathy lately than I do for vitriol. That's my main point. Do we have any more thoughts, any more opinions before we move on from this topic? Because this was a heavy one. I hated making this outline, but I don't know. If I'm going to be here making videos about people who are mad on TikTok, I think I should be able to say things that seem kind of important to me as well. I'm reading chat. Someone says sharing genuine feelings and ideals is always labeled performative when it's positive and on the good side, but not when they have malicious beliefs. Yeah, exactly. I agree. A lot of like really heinous, hateful stuff is actually pretty performative. That's actually the really, really weird thing that I feel like people don't talk about enough. So when you do like celebrities, I'm just going to go celebrities, speak out against ICE, you'll get people quick to label this performative, right? This is performative. Oh my gosh, why are y'all being performative? Pedro Pascal is performative. What's very odd though, if you really think about this, this is far more performative than anything I've actually ever seen anybody do on the red carpet. To be a conservative, unironically, involves a level of willful ignorance and feigned outrage that seems to me to be so exhausting to maintain. Like, I hate any and every form of like disagreeing with people who are essentially, I don't know, on the same side as you, because we're spending so much energy worried about, oh, you're being performative and you're not doing this right. But like we are trapped in the performance of these people. we are actually in a performance right now. A lot of this is founded upon a lie. It's fake. These people aren't mad about the things that they're harming people. They just want to hurt people. A lot of people are not actually mad or worried about trans issues in sports, as if this is some sort of widespread thing that's affecting. They just want to hurt people. A lot of people aren't actually that mad about immigration or this, that, the other. They're just like, oh, I'm a bully. This is an easy opportunity for me to punch down. It's performative as heck. This is some of the most performative stuff. So yeah, no, celebrities out there wearing pins to the red carpet that say F ICE, so they want ICE out of this, that, the other. Can we please have more time of day to give denouncing the people who are actually doing the things that we're accusing each other of? Because it makes me tired. Somebody said, is it worse to actually believe it or to pretend to? I gave up trying to figure out the mindset of conservatives a long time ago. I agree with you. I did think for a long time, like, what is worse, actually being offended that like, oh, gay marriage exists, or pretending to be offended because you know that if you do that, people are going to listen to you and you can have a podcast? I gave up trying to figure out which one is worse, and I'm just like, screw you. It would be better if you didn't have a podcast. anyways. This was an exhausting topic, chat. This was excruciating, and that's why I'm excited to move on. But do we have anything else that we want to say before we move on? So I don't care if they're being performative, if them talking about it has a positive effect. Me neither. Unpopular opinion. Me neither. I don't care if you're being performative because you're performing something that is helping people, essentially. Also, people turn it into Stan Wars so much. Hold on. We here. Now I'm getting distracted. Billie Eilish, celebrities, speak up. Bro, people were pissed at Billie Eilish for this right here. Hey, my fellow celebrities, you gonna speak up or that's it. She posted, I'll show you one more time. Hey, my fellow celebrities, you gonna speak up or with kind of a, oh, that's weird. My brother in Christ, people were out there acting like Billie Eilish is a billionaire. She's disgusting. She's not a billionaire. She's like, why is she making this about her? Oh my God, stuff like this is not helpful. It's better that people speak up because they want to, not because they're being scolded into doing so. And I'm just like, chat. I don't think there's anything wrong with Billie Eilish just making a general statement of like, hey, do any of y'all want to use your platforms to talk about what's going on and share resources? I talked about this before the stream started. Kerry Washington, right? Making that post earlier. I don't even know where it is because I don't save things and I'm dumb. I think I saw it on this one Reddit. Kerry Washington making a post right here. Look what she's doing.
These people need to hear from us because they work for us. We pay their salaries with our tax dollars. So
Kerry Washington making us a video and showing how you can call. She was my inspiration, by the way, for the beginning of the stream. Making a video showing how you can actually call your senators. You can actually use your voice, etc., etc., etc. We, like, I don't know. People were just pissed. And I'm just like, I guess I sort of understand where you're coming from, but like any and everything that involves more people knowing what's going on, I just find it hard. I find it hard to knock. I don't know. She didn't name anybody. She didn't name names. Billie Eilish wasn't like, hey, I'm tagging Taylor Swift. I'm tagging Taylor Swift in this comment. This is now about me versus Taylor Swift. Let's talk about you. Okay, that to me is an example of like, it does very much feel like, wait, why is this now Billie versus Taylor? That's wild when I thought we were supposed to be talking about us versus the forces that are oppressing us. I just feel like a general call to this being met with like vitriol. It sends me because I don't think she's wrong. The more celebrities speaking out we have, it's a net positive thing. I, as an individual online, don't have the power to pressure people into spreading these things. But if I could, I would. We're constantly advocating for people to speak out. But I guess I don't know why it's so interesting or like why people reacted the way that they did. I get it though. We've got to like, I personally feel like we kind of got to check this a little bit. Here, I want to show you. I actually genuinely want to show you what people were saying because it was so interesting to me. This was literally on like a pop music subreddit where people are usually pretty progressive. And it's like, in general, if celebrities are going to, quote, use their platforms about stuff like this, I think it's far more effective to share action items, resources, or donation links rather than just a generic, I'm against this obviously bad thing. Because really, what is this accomplishing? And it's like, I agree. That's why I'm showing you examples of celebrities giving us action items and showing us how to do this. Did y'all see Katy Perry's post about ICE? She was doing the same thing. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yes, I'm a Katy Perry stan or whatever. That has nothing to do with this. She posted on Instagram, never miss a post from Katy Perry. Okay, now hold on. Now you're pushing it. I don't want to become somebody who never misses a post from Katy Perry. But she says, who? The power's in your hands. What to do? Call your senators. Do why? When? What are we doing? Here's a number that you can call. They give you a script, etc. Like, it's not performative. It's not performative to have people self-educating if the media is not going to educate us or do it. This isn't performative. Billie Eilish saying something that is going to inspire more of this from Katy Perry and more of this. Oh, that's not Carrie. More of this from Kerry Washington Center, even though I don't think Carrie needed the call to do it. I find it really hard to be pissed about this. I don't know. I don't really know. Someone said at this point, Oh, unless celebrities are actively calling for protests with them taking charge, anything else is useless. A celebrity tweeting my condolences to the Minnesota victims, ICE is bad, will not change anything. But it's spreading awareness. Unless you live in the wilderness, everyone already knows ICE is bad, etc., etc., etc. I commend Billie for her intentions, but she herself is not doing anything that matters. A story that disappears 24 hours is not... It's like... Do y'all remember, like, Black Lives Matter's resurgence? I do. I was there when that happened. Do y'all remember sort of like the Black Square debate, where you had a lot of celebrities posting black squares with little to no anything? Like, it was just completely useless. I'm here to tell you, as a single individual black person, it was so useless for celebrities to just go out there, post black squares, and be like, uh-oh, I think that this thing is like bad or whatever. However, I know for sure that led to a lot of fatigue. Or do y'all remember as well, the Imagine cover? That was another thing, right? During the height of the pandemic, you had it was that celebrity one. It was so bad. You had a bunch of celebrities singing Imagine. This came across really, really poorly to people, because it's like, you're all sitting in your mansions while we are all stuck at home, and you're singing John Lennon to us. What is this achieving? What is this accomplishing? I understand that we should have little to no tolerance for actual performative nonsense that celebrities use to further their PR agendas. I do agree. I so agree. I'm not that kind of person, I guess, who's like, people are not agreeing with me exactly how I want, so I'm going to call you out. If you're somebody who demands more from your fellow celebrities, you should expect more of them from you than you. As an average person, I agree that they have more social responsibility, but I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of the stuff that was also being posted during Black Lives Matter resurgence was actually kind of useful. It was actually kind of nice to see that people cared, because, and I'm not saying that this is the black square that let me know that people cared. That's not what I'm getting at. I have some agency. I have some nuance. There's a brain up here. I did sort of see that behind a lot of the nonsense, people were offended over the plight of marginalized people. Like I've mentioned in the past, growing up, like we've been new, unfortunately, how dangerous it is to just be existing while black. And so sort of seeing that, yes, some people were using this to profit or further their agendas, this, that, the other. It was exhausting, but it wasn't a net negative. It wasn't a net negative thing. It helped me to see people talking about Black Lives Matter. I'm sorry if it didn't always come out the exact way that you wanted it to. I'm sorry if it wasn't like always helpful or whatever, but it did help me a lot not feel like I lived in like upside down world where somebody could get murdered in the street and whatever, life just keeps trucking and no one is really upset about this or this, that, the other. For a second, I did see that like being advocated for is helpful. It's helpful for people. And so I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at with this whole celebrities are talking about ICE thing and we don't like the way that they're doing it. Be mad at people who are like posting black squares, levels of performative. Because yeah, that's happening for sure. There are people being real performative about this, but like, I think it's kind of easy to be like, oh, well, everyone already knows this. You're not bringing awareness. Part of the machine of us all knowing that these things are happening are awareness. Again, I did show you right now. If you Google, because I think Kerry Washington making a video about how to call about these things, I consider that to be newsworthy, especially when people talk about any and every little thing that every celebrity does. But like, Chat, it's literally nowhere. Now, if I Googled the thing itself, if I Googled the actual thing itself, yes, I would find articles about this. That's not the point that I'm making. I just like, it's still kind of important to me personally. Some said today's topics are very interesting. I hope so. Someone said, I don't think we should be mad at people posting black squares. Well, when I say be mad at people posting black squares, what I mean is demand more for people posting black squares. If you are a celebrity and you're like, oh, this is a social cause that I actually have a lot of power and influence to affect, but all I'm really going to do is make an Instagram post showing you that I know that this bad thing happened. Yes, that's tiresome, obviously. But like, I am seeing people try to change. I like this. I like this post from Katy Perry, chat. It's just maybe it's a bad opinion. Maybe I'm just wrong on this one, but I don't know. You've got really dire situations in the street and you're like pop singers saying, please call your senator and demand to stop funding violence. I don't know. That's just me personally. I'm reading chat. Someone said, black squares are just kind of a half measure. It's still better to actually talk about it. Exactly. There's levels to all of this. There's so much that you can do. There's so much you could do beyond just talking about things, especially when you have money. But talking is a fine start. Reading chat. Someone said, stop funding violence. Yeah, these things shouldn't be hot takes. Seeing it normalized, or because I just realized I'm still recording. I can wrap this up into a point that would explain where I'm coming from easier than all of my ranting from the past 30 minutes. Chat, I would rather live in a world where it's normalized for celebrities to talk about bad things that are happening than live in a world where it's normalized for our elected officials to use slurs. If I have to take one or the other, if it really has to be that extreme and that black and white, forgive me for preferring to see this response as opposed to the things that are coming down from other people in the top. That's me personally. That's just sort of where I am with this personally. Someone said, have you seen the F Ice nail art that people are doing? I saw a headline about that, but I forgot to click into it. Anyways, thank you for understanding where I'm coming from. I'm not leaving yet. I'm going to record an outro for my peeps who are watching the video tomorrow, but stay right where you are. Anyway, thank you for listening. And I know this was more of a talky video, but that's just how it goes sometimes. There's not always a super sharp point. Sometimes it's more of just a nugget or like a pebble stuck in my shoe. And I'm like, I'm going to suffer until I get this out. But anyways, hopefully you don't have to think about this too much more. I know I will try not to. And yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube where I stream pretty frequently. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't, in which case I've just chosen not to come to work today. And honestly, that's on you, not me. Anyway, I hope to see you in the next video or the next stream, but if not, it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, bye. Okay, we still live. We have more things to talk about. There's always more things to talk about. Yeah, no chat. Now that I've stopped recording, I want to say I hear boss music. Chat, why do I hear boss music? Hold on. There are aspects to being a commentator / person whose opinions are valued for some reason that are a little bit hard. I'm not saying being an influencer. I'm not saying try being an influencer for a day. I'm just saying we live in really, really, really strange times. And when I wake up in the morning, for example, and it's like, oh, another person has been murdered in the street, unfortunately. And your job today is to talk about people mad about things on TikTok. I'm always left with a sort of like, I'm sort of given this really impossible choice of like, what am I supposed to do? I know for sure that if I talk about things that are really deeply important, it's like gonna come across as performative. I'm finna be hit with the performative allegations, which is fine. I don't care if you call me performative because you're wrong. But like, I don't know. It's hard to make things that aren't that important when really important things are happening. Now, that being said, I still feel like a lot of celebrities handle it really poorly. I'm not a celebrity, by the way, but actors make things that people watch. I make things that people watch. I feel like a lot of people flounder, and that's why you get things like the Imagine cover, because you're like, uh-oh, people look to me for some sort of something. I must do something. That's a little bit silly. I think I have a much better handle on it than that. I don't do things on my channel that come across performative in that way to people, but I am constantly thinking, like, how do I don't know, what do I do? And then it's also a really personal thing too, because it's like, it's the same thing in my life where this camera goes off and I'm not doing my job, and I start feeling bad for having problems when other things are happening. And I'm not comparing trauma or struggle, is that the other. Obviously I do have a lot of privilege, but it's more so just like, it's not easy to find that middle ground right now. It's not easy to be normal on the internet. It's not easy to talk about stupid, pointless drama, or to make music that doesn't really matter, or to just realize that, like, oh wow, there are people in this world who are actually like helping people, and I'm not always one of them. But I am always one of the people who are using resources for other people. Can I please redirect some of those resources into the right place? I don't know. I try to have, and not for like celebrities specifically, because they don't need my help, but just for people in general. I feel like so much of what we're getting hit with right now is like us being put in a really impossible scenario. And I feel like people don't do that extra zooming out. Here's what I mean by this. I say to you, Billie Eilish thinks that more celebrities should be speaking out about ICE on the street, right? It's really, really easy to stay within that context and be like, well, I think it's performative to call for people to speak up, or I see what she's saying, or why is she calling people out, or why is she not calling people out? I feel like we're always missing that extra step where it's like, hit the minus zoom. ICE shouldn't be killing people in the street. We shouldn't be in a world where any pop star needs to have an opinion about people being murdered by the government, because that shouldn't be happening. And then it turns into all of this like discourse about things that don't matter. And I'm just like, this is really painful, because this is honestly how the people above us get away with things, by putting us into impossible situations. I'm in a somewhat impossible situation where it's like, let's say I make a video about, I don't know, like McDonald's has a new meal that people are mad about or whatever. Well, if it turns into a thing of like, well, why are you making content about people being mad at McDonald's instead of, well, when people are suffering from these big issues or whatever, you got to hit that minus zoom and be like, we shouldn't have issues that are so much bigger than the things that I'm talking about. I shouldn't constantly be online thinking like, oh my God, my content matters so little in the grand scheme of things, because these awful things are happening all the time. Like, that ain't on me. It's not a scenario. It's not something that humans should have to be making decisions on. We shouldn't have to be thinking about things in this way. And that is why I'm vocal about it. That's why I will advocate for you to educate yourself on what's happening. And that's why I guess I'm a little more receptive to people talking about it, because I'm just like, I want to skip to the part where we never have this debate, because these bad things are not happening in the first place. That's the end goal. The end goal. I know that everybody wants this to stop, or you should want this to stop, obviously. And whereas I feel so much anger and occasionally the hopelessness and this, that, the other, but like, chat, my goal is not to be angry forever. That's not the end goal of my like advocacy for people. I would prefer that we don't have these problems. I'm really, really, really exhausted. I'm exhausted of constantly being put in this scenario. And that's my little lowercase problem. It's not the same thing as other people experiencing actual injustice, but I hate how much discourse there is about us talking at each other when we all have ultimately the same goal. Oh my God. Sorry, someone said today's stream is heavy. Yeah, it is. And honestly, that's just how it goes sometimes. I was back and forth. I have like videos in the works. I have a video about Ned from the Try Guys and like what he's getting up to. I have that in the works. I have a video about, I might not make that video though. I might change my mind. Just because I have a video in the works doesn't mean it's actually ever going to happen. I have a video about Miss Universe. I've talked about that one for a while. That one's sort of in its final stages. And I also had one other one that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but like, oh, I was like back and forth about whether I wanted to talk about like this whole Brooklyn Beckham thing. Excuse me. I could have done any one of those topics today for sure, and it would have been fine. I wouldn't have gotten any sort of pushback. None of y'all would have noticed, or none of y'all would have even known what is actually on my mind. But this is what was actually on my mind today. This is genuinely what I woke up thinking about. I didn't wake up thinking about random internet drama so much as the very specific way in which the internet has been reacting to violence as it's been foisted upon us, and how I feel like a lot of this anger it's in the wrong place. It really, 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 really is. But yeah, all this is, so people saying it's heavy but necessary. It's important. I think it's important. I really, really do. Another thing that I strongly encourage you all, and I'm sorry if this sounds really uninformed, because I don't really know like political theory or anything like this. This is just my observation as some dude. But I definitely encourage y'all to break up with the idea of leftist infighting. I think when I remember previous years getting really into leftism, I would see a lot of like, oh, well, this prominent person who has the right opinions is mad at this other person who has the right opinions because they used a different word or this, that, the other. And I got locked into this cycle of believing that we over here on the left who are advocating for people to not be in these horrible situations, that we're constantly fighting and this is why we can't make any progress or this, that, the other. When I started realizing that this was like a psyop, then all of a sudden someone said, I'm tired of hearing about Ned. Well, chat, I haven't heard anything about him, so it might be not new to you, but this is me getting into this because I didn't pay any attention to the Try Guys drama when it happened the first time. Anyways, when I started treating that as like a psyop, and I was like, what if anytime somebody was like mad at somebody else for having the same opinion, I just zoomed out of the context and looked at who was actually in the wrong here? I realized I had a lot more energy because I wasn't like constantly focused on like, oh my God, this person with the right opinion was mad at this other. I zoomed out and I'm like, oh, both of these people are upset about transphobia. Why are they upset about this? And they start looking into legislation and I'm like, uh-oh, because things are being rolled back, because protections that were in place for people are being stripped away, because, you know what I mean? We need to make sure that we're voting to make sure we have administrations who have our best interests at heart, etc. And then all of a sudden, I didn't have any energy to worry about what leftist commentator 1 said about leftist commentator 2. I didn't care anymore. I was just like, actually, I just want everybody to be free in their own bodies in a way that they can live in. And then all of a sudden, it's like the leftist infighting disappeared. And that's kind of how I feel right now about a lot of this like ICE talk. I'm like, oh my God, you said this wrong, or why are you doing this, that, the other? I zoomed out and I was like, what are people mad about? This organization being funded by taxpayer dollars and being a massive like agent of harm that is hurting people and has been hurting people before it ever was mainstream, by the way. It didn't start this year, right? This is what people are mad about. So then when I started thinking about, well, I am also appalled by this. I am also like, and I grew up in San Antonio, Texas. Chat, we ain't never been big fans of Border Patrol or anything like that in San Antonio. No. So like, I've been new, but when I started putting my energy there of like being upset that we're in this position, I didn't find myself having much time to care about what individual people were saying about it, because that's not the point, I guess. But yeah, I just keep hitting that zoom out button. It's the only way I'm staying safe. I think like it's definitely in people's best interest to have us constantly divided and worried about the words that we're using or this, that, the other. And this is not to say that you can't ever criticize somebody who is on your side. Sometimes people got to get called out, but my energy is limited and I do not have enough energy in my body to be angry at my people and the people who are oppressing us. I will call out harm when I see it in our communities. I'm part of a lot of communities. Yes, I will call that harm out, but forgive me for putting most of my energy into the people who are above us and oppressing us. Anyways, reading chat. I'm reading chat. Someone said me and my mom politically lean opposite, but we both feel this way. Yeah. Someone said, can we collectively stop using Twitter? Oh my God. I wish Twitter would go away. Okay, hold on, chat. Can we talk about Twitter for a second? Can I please de-influence some of y'all from using Twitter? If there's any stragglers here who are still on Twitter, chat, I'm not like shaming you at all. I'm really not. I'm just saying I really need some of y'all to think about, why do you still have a Twitter account? I'm being so honest. You might have immediately thought of like 2 reasons, 3 reasons, 4 reasons. Oh, I have reasons for having a Twitter account. Do you? Is this a source of something that you can't get from anywhere else? There are alternatives. So I see a lot of people saying they deleted Twitter. Yeah, no, I really, really think there are so few reasons to still use Twitter at this place. Someone said, I like to see fan art. That is the number one reason that I see. That is unfortunately the number one reason that I see, is like, I use it for art. I have friends who only use Twitter for art. Listen, if you can only, like, if you are only getting art content on Twitter and it's not even depressing you, that's fine. It is what it is. But like, chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of y'all, I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything. A lot of y'all are on Twitter depressing yourselves. I know, because I was definitely doing this. I realized that at one point. A lot of y'all, unfortunately, it's like a misery box that you just open it up and you're like, yes, dive in. Oh, I strongly encourage you to stop diving into the misery box. You will be equally informed without a Twitter account. You will be just as abreast of the things that are happening in the world without actually following it on a granular basis like that, or seeing things that are made up like this. I know me saying this when I make a bunch of videos saying, oh, this bad thing happened or whatever, but like Twitter specifically, y'all gotta ditch. Someone said use Tumblr for fan art. Yeah, I think if you're on Twitter for art, start looking around for where your favorite artists also post. Because I was an online artist at one point. None of us are only posting on Twitter. And if we are, that's like a user problem. Reading chat. Someone said I've been on Twitter since I was 13. I'm going down with this app. Look, it's up to you for sure. I'm just saying, like, man, it's not a source of any sort of like good things for so many people. And I feel like it's almost because like when I've always done something, it's hard to stop and think about, why am I still doing this? So many things in life that I was doing that were like bad for me, I realized I was only still doing them because I had always been doing them. And when I realized like, oh, I'm only on Twitter and I'm only like pulling sources from Twitter because I always am on Twitter pulling sources from Twitter, and I stopped doing that, And I was like, whoa, I still know when things are happening. I still see funny posts and things like that. I can still share information online and I didn't even have to be there. Anyways. Someone said it's a misery pit. It's bad. Someone said, to be honest, I'm wary of social media. This is awful for artists, so I don't know where to post. So I'm mostly on Discord. Man, I would not want to be like publicly posting art in this climate. Please keep doing it. We need more human beings posting their stuff. But yeah. Someone said with the stuff Grok is done, it's really scary. It really, really is. Someone said it's been deleted. Hell no. Good. The sunk cost fallacy still gets me. That's really what it is. Hold on. I know there's like, people have a tendency to call everything a fallacy, even when it's not. But I definitely think it's the sunk cost fallacy that is keeping a lot of people on Twitter. Hold on. I'm trying to turn my computer back on, but it's getting angry at me. Chat, why is it mad? Why is it angry? Oh, it like signed me out. Okay, Megyn Kelly jump scare. No, for real, like, hold on. It's definitely this for why many of y'all are still there. You're reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action because you've invested heavily in it, even when it's clear that abandonment would be more beneficial. Chat, it's a lie. It's a lie. This is true. It's a lie that there's any benefit. Oh my, you can recreate the Twitter experience on any other app at this point. Any sort of attention you're giving that place, nah. But that's all. That was me just trying to de-influence. Someone says the fan going off. My fan? No. Why? Do you hear a fan noise? I don't even hear a fan noise in real life. I hear my computer makes a fan sound, which I can't control. Sometimes I'm deleting my account. Hold on. Listen, chat, I'm being so honest. If my rant just now inspired even one person, one soul out of the people watching to be like, why am I on Twitter? Mission accomplished. I'm not here to preach. I'm not here to lecture. That was all. Someone said, what apps do you use? I don't have social media in the traditional sense. I have an Instagram account, but I don't go on there to find content. I don't consume content from anybody on Instagram. I don't follow anyone anywhere, actually. Yeah, I just don't follow people. And so because I don't follow people, I don't really feel like I have social media. That being said, I still have to have an account on every platform. That way when people show you a tweet. Look here, let me show you all why I still have a Twitter account, right? If I was to go to my outline, for example, hold on, I'm going to pull it up first. Unfortunately, they know that like people are ditching and not big fans of the things that they're doing, so they make it really, really, really hard to use these platforms when you don't have an account. So if I was signed out, I wouldn't be able to see the full context of this tweet that I had pulled. I would only be able to see this tweet in a vacuum, and that is why, unfortunately, I have this dummy Twitter account where I only get like Pokemon updates. Or wait, do I still only get Pokemon updates? Oh no, chat, I had changed my whole, like, I had done a whole video in 2024 where I worked so hard to get Twitter to only show me Pokemon content, but now I guess because I've been using the same account for, I guess, anything else, I'm right back to getting Trump related content. But if you're wondering why I say I don't use social media, this is why. I don't want to see any more Trump related content than I have to. I'm still pretty informed. I'm so sad that my account has been compromised. And I'm right back to getting politics on X. See, look at this ad. Oh no, it's not an ad. Look, it's not even an ad. I just get this post right here from Pokemon Go. At one point, my whole Twitter looked like this because I set it up on purpose. But yeah, no, it's now mostly just like, oh, whoa. People being shot? Okay, I don't even know what that was. Yeah, no, Twitter. Oh man. But I can give you my quick thoughts on each platform. So, well, y'all know how I feel about Twitter. I just talked about it. TikTok, I don't use because I am not a short form kind of guy. I try so hard to be like a short form content person, but I can't do it for some reason. Vertical video. So it's not for me. What else? We've got like Instagram. I don't look at Instagram because I don't really want to see like y'all's lives like that. That's why I also don't post on Instagram that much. I feel like no one really wants to see my life. What I'm doing outside of my job, it's not that interesting. I know people have a lot of memes and stuff on Instagram, but I like encountering memes and conversation with my friends. That's really fun. Reddit, I don't think I'm a part of any subreddits. I do have a Reddit account. Now, I do frequently use the platform, whether I'm trying to find information about a video game that I'm playing, whether I'm trying to find discourse on things that I'm talking about, whether I'm trying to find examples of fake content on the internet. Reddit's pretty good for that. But yeah, in terms of just like scrolling the, what is it? Just like a home feed or whatever. I don't do that anymore. It's not good for me personally. Yeah, and if there's any other social platforms, I don't even know what they are. So I don't use social media. Some said Discord. I use Discord. Yeah. If you want to call that a social media platform, that's fine. I think of it more of like a communications platform because, again, I'm also not like interacting with strangers on Discord. I talk to my friends and my coworkers there. But yeah, no, I kind of gave up on algorithms or trusting them to deliver me content. I'm just not a fan of it anymore, even though it does still happen, which is how I find many of my topics. But yeah, if you're wondering like, okay, wait a second, some of this is not clocking. How have you uploaded 11 or 12 different videos this month, but you're saying you don't use social media? Because chat, you don't even have to. You don't even actually have to. I swear to God, you can just like talk to people online, get the occasional news articles that you see in various places, and still know pretty much everything that's happening. Now, there will occasionally be the one odd thing that maybe I didn't catch, but yeah, I'm still so very caught up on I'm still so caught up on the things that are happening, and I don't even have to use social media like that. Someone said thoughts on YouTube Shorts. I wish they would stop showing shorts to people who don't watch them. I wish YouTube would accept the reality that not everyone on this platform wants to watch a short. Now, when you search for something, they're going to give you a bunch of shorts. Now, when you go to your homepage, they're going to give you a bunch of shorts. Not everyone comes to this platform to watch 60-second videos of people doing whatever people do. I don't watch those. I don't know. I don't even mind shorts so much as like YouTube's insistence on acting like a shorts first platform just because they're getting hundreds of billions of views every day. No, dude, I'm so tired of YouTube pushing shorts on everyone. Push the shorts to the people who want to watch them. I'm not offended by people making short form content as a long form content creator. I see them as two separate audiences, but this forced overlap of these two audiences, that is bothersome. That's bothersome. Someone says their first stream. Hi. I'm sorry if this is your first stream. This stream has been heavy, but I feel the energy lightening. I feel the mood shifting. Thankfully. Someone said, can we talk about how god awful YouTube search has become? It's so bad. Chat, I completely gave up on trying to optimize my content for search. I don't even use tags on my content anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there's some like leftover tags that are the same on every video. I'm so sorry. I can't rock with YouTube search anymore. I'm reading chat. Okay, chat. One thing that I've seen people ask for every now and then is like some form of like official tattoo tour. Are y'all still down for that? I could do it right here. That could like lighten the energy a bit. Would y'all find that interesting? It's not, it's gonna be kind of like impromptu for sure. It's not gonna be great. And I'm kind of gonna do a mix of like pictures and then actually showing you on camera. But I wanted to get it out of the way once and for all. That way anybody who was ever interested could watch this portion of this live stream. It'll still be available on YouTube. And I can give you the backstory or the inspiration or whatever. Okay. I've collected pictures of the majority of my tattoos. So for this very purpose, hold on. Let me go ahead and grab the Mondo Mega picture with all the tats, all the tatties. Because people, I mean, a lot of people have been asking. I think I was ignoring it. I was like, yeah, no, a tattoo tour, maybe whatever. And then I was like, wow, people are really, really interested in this one, huh? Okay, so I can show you like some of the lower ones easier. I feel like the ones down here, and then the ones that are like upper, I can't really like turn around and bend over backwards or do this, that, the other. So we'll start with my forearm. Okay, look, do y'all see this one right here? Hold on, y'all are gonna get real mad at me. All right. There he is, right? This is a horrible tour, but don't tell me you can't see that. I'm twisting my arm real crazy. You got the Skull King right here, right? Okay. That, y'all saw that, right? I don't want a bunch of comments saying like, oh my gosh, he's doing a tour, but we can't see. We can't see. Here's one more for y'all. Look, it's lit pretty well. Hold on. I'll turn this light off. Wait a second, because I feel like it's actually going to be easier to see me without the light. Okay, there we go. Oh, I was right. I was so right. Okay, cool. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so we got this one right here. This is my King Midas tattoo. I drew that one myself. I'm knocking all my stuff over. And when I say, chat, for context, when I say I drew a tattoo myself, this is exactly what whoa, I look so weird in this lighting. What is this? This is scary. Anyways, when I say I drew a tattoo myself, that is what I mean. I don't mean, oh, I collaborated with the tattoo artist or whatever. I gave them the stencil. And I was like, hey, I'm an illustrator too. Can you just apply this one to my body? So yeah, I got that one because I'm a big Skull fan. You're going to see that there's way too many Skull related tattoos on my body for sure. Okay, so the next one I'll show you is like this little, hold on. Wait, I got to turn this way. Okay. Okay, you saw that? That's my like celestial globe tattoo. That was another D'Angelo original. I drew this bad boy myself in Procreate. Had that one slapped on there. I really like that one. None of my tattoos actually mean anything. So yeah, that one I was just like, oh, that'll fit the space really well. We're just gonna put like a little space globe right there, right? This is one of my first tattoos, and this is the first one that I ever drew. So you've got that treasure chest scenario. I drew that one as well. I was just like, yeah, slap it on there. Take up so much forearm space with that one. I really like it though. I was so back and forth on this one for so many years because I was like, I got a box. Why did I just put a giant box on my arm? But now I'm just like, I wouldn't even be me without this giant box on my arm. Okay. This tattoo right here. It says context, kind of, but like the T is missing. Or like, I'm not going to talk too much about that tattoo because again, many of them either are so specific that they don't really make sense, or they make a sort of sense only to me. But essentially, that's just like context is always important. And a lot of times things appear to be disconnected, but are often tied together by elements that may be missing or invisible. Sort of the general idea with that one. That was like the second tattoo I ever got. And it wasn't applied super great, but that's okay. It's my only tattoo where I ever experienced any sort of fading. Someone said I love how cohesive they look. Thank you. That's because all the ones down here, or the vast majority of the ones down here, I designed myself. I designed the context one too. This is my first tattoo that I ever got. This is the one where I was going super hard and trying to make it like symbolic and artsy. So I was like, oh, this is my first tattoo. It's got to be like this spacey symbolism about like, there's always a cycle, this, that, the other. And I don't really remember what it was supposed to mean now. I swear to God, it was so important to me. I was like typing up like paragraphs and stuff about like how meaningful this one tattoo is because I was only going to get one tattoo. And then now I don't even really super remember. Like I know the general idea was like some sort of point about the day always follows the night. But yeah, no. Meaningful tattoos and me don't mix well. Most of my tattoos are just me freestyling. Okay, this is one of my favorite ones because this one is metal. This one's metal. Wait, okay, there we go. Look at that. I have like that big, ugly, like stone black coffin. Just taking, that's one of my favorite tattoos, honestly. Another one that I drew, another one that I designed. I was like, what if we just made it like bolder and darker and blacker? Definitely one of my favorites for sure. Oh, and then this one is a more recent one right here. So I have like that broken chain design, and that was my original work as well. But yeah, those were most of the ones that I drew myself. Now I also have collaborated with or just straight up gotten work from other people. So we'll kind of shift into that a little bit. So my hand tat. Oh, I should turn the light back on so you can actually see what's going on in my hand tat. Again, I am wearing pants, chat. These are pants. They look really similar to my skin tone on camera. Anyways, okay, so yeah, actually, screw that. I'll just show you the picture because it'll be way easier than me trying to position my hand correctly. So I'm gonna put this in, I'm gonna send it to my computer so y'all can see it. But yeah, how are y'all feeling about the tour thus far? Is it fine? Is it good? Is it decent? I'm trying. I'm really trying to put effort into it. I'm trying to give y'all some details here. Did I miss any? No. Okay, that's my forum. We're good on the forum. All right, so for photos, let's see. My God, my gallery is just full of like thumbnails. It's really, really scary. Wait, actually, my gallery is so funny. Hold on. I'm debating on whether I should show you what's actually in my gallery. Okay, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I have, okay. Hold on. I've got to like arrange this correctly. Okay, I have like the weather, which I showed you all earlier, right? I have this thumbnail that I used the other day. Most of the things in my OneDrive gallery are just thumbnails, obviously. This is the entirety of that one video. Is it Bad Apple, I think? Okay, yeah. There's this like animation, this Toho animation from literally forever ago. And like, it's, if you know, you know. But what this is, somebody, oh my God, Twitter's still open. Somebody compressed that entire video into like, it's not even a GIF. It's like an animated JPEG, and it doesn't play on most devices, but or platforms, but it plays on some of them. So that's the entirety of Bad Apple in one picture. I have Another thumbnail. I have this meme that says if you laugh, you go to hell. You got Bro from Attack on Titan. I think that's him back there. It's over. Things like this make me laugh. If you've ever wondered what my humor style is, it's just pictures like this. I have this picture right here which says, I may not be the prettiest girl in the room, but what I do have is a gun. I sent that to somebody, my friends. I commonly use pictures like this. Okay, chat, I'm warning you. This next one is kind of scary. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like disturb any of you or whatever. I just think it's funny, okay? I sent this to a friend because I was like, this is definitely me, like how I feel getting ready for my streams. Or honestly, I was like, this is how I feel sitting in front of this background. That's honestly how I feel sometimes sitting in front of this background. Like I come across the people like this and I think he's cute. I don't really think that this picture is that scary. But yeah, no, my whole sense of like humor style and aesthetics is just really awful. Which is why I don't share a lot of it. Oh, I have this meme right here. I'm running out of coping skills. I'm about to start believing in God. I feel like that sometimes for sure. Anyways, I went over one more time and then I saw Matthew McConaughey and I'm like, all right, that's quite enough of that. So I'm scrolling. I'm actually trying to find the one pic I took that has the rest of my tattoos so I can show y'all the second half of this tour. This is gonna ruin the tour. Somebody said so cute. Yeah, he was cute. Poor guy just needs something for his dry eyes. Exactly. Many of us struggle with dry eyes. I am like such a big fan of like monster type characters or like demons and stuff like that. Like I find them to be really, really cute. 9 times out of 10. They're sweet. I think the reason that I'm like this is because I play this one game. Y'all ever heard of Shin Megami Tensei? Or like the Shin Megami Tensei series or the Persona series or whatever? In this game, I'm not going to go into too much detail because it's cringe, but it's a really good kind of cringe. There's like a lot of demons and stuff that follow you around, but like they're so cute. That's the thing. You realize like, oh yeah, this awful destroyer of worlds or whatever, like he's like got the teeth and stuff like that, but he's also just a goofy little guy. And that's how I feel about weird like horror characters. I'm like, I relate to them. Somebody needs to advocate for the weird creepy characters, and that's me. All right, so I think I was able to send this to myself. But yeah, that's also why I don't let people borrow my phone, or I don't show the vast majority of the things that amuse me, because I'm just like, oh my God, what is this? And what, like, people are going to think that I'm crazy. Oh, I found it. Okay, uploaded it twice accidentally. All right, so this is like a mega collection of all of the rest of my tattoos in a format that's easier to see. And we'll talk about one at a time. Okay. Ba-bum. All right. So we'll go top row. Starting with the fish dagger. I got this from an artist called Sonia. Here I am. So good. This was in her books. It was based off of like an existing Flash design that she sort of adapted. Also, a lot of these pictures are from right when the tattoos were taken, so you have to like, they might be kind of red or whatever, but they still look equally as good. And later, as an addition, I'm gonna get a little band-aid tattooed right here with hearts on it because I think that would be really funny. Okay, this right here. This is the tattoo that everyone sees because it's the only one visible when I actually like wear clothes. But like, this is a handpiece from an artist called Zeph. Again, I saw part of this in his books, but it was not a hand tattoo. It was just like this strange clown situation. And I was like, Zeph, this is so cool. What if you just put it on my hand? Usually people are not super into ideas like that, like tattoo artists, but I had messed myself up so bad. It didn't even change anything, if we're being real. So he didn't even hesitate. He didn't ask me any questions. He's like, yeah, D'Angelo, I will slap that one on your hand for sure. So I got this really sick clown piece with like this weird smoky tribal. Right here on my knuckles, I have the word stet tattooed there. Why? Because I be writing and stuff. And stet, for those of you who don't know, it's a great word. It means let it stand. It's Latin for let it stand, but it's like a copywriting term, which essentially means to indicate that a correction or alteration should be ignored. In other words, I like the way that Merriam-Webster puts it a little better. Something that was previously ordered to be deleted or omitted is now being kept. And I was like, I was like, that's how I feel about my body, honestly. At one point, I did actually mark myself for deletion. I was like, screw this, I'm out of here. I don't want to do this anymore. But then I changed my mind. And I was like, actually, I know I once said that I wanted to die, but I don't want to do that yet. So ignore that part where I said, delete me, please. I actually would very much like to stay here. And that's why it's stet. I marked myself for deletion, but then I came back and now you can't get rid of me. Okay, what else do we got? Oh my gosh, I love my big bad wolf tattoo. He's so cute. I think this is kind of similar to like some of Disney's designs for the big bad wolf from some of their old cartoons. This is from an artist called Jeff, I believe. And his like, I just like this guy because I relate to him. I just feel like he's just chasing a bag. Like, yeah, he was maybe doing some things that were a little bit unethical or whatever, but like, he's just a little bag chaser. So I'm a really big fan of that guy right there. And then I see Chad is like kind of covering it. Hold on. I'm going to turn you off for a second. There we go. Look at that. Oh, beautiful on the right there. We've got my creepy crow on the giant crow on the gravestone tattoo. I love that one a lot. That's from an artist named Chris. I spend a lot of time thinking about like whose grave is that, I wonder. I don't know, but it's really fun. So yeah, that's sort of the top row, and that's like a good introduction to my aesthetic, if you will. We'll do the bottom row next. Okay, so on the back of my neck, this was still really, really red when we took the picture, but I do have Veni Vidi tattooed there. I did the text design for that one, and I've talked about this before, but it just means I came, I saw. It's part of a larger quote, Veni Vidi Vici, or Veni Vidi Vici, whatever. I came, I saw, I conquered, but I got rid of the conquered part because I am not here. I'm not here to conquer everything. It's enough to just show up and see things. You don't always have to win or accrue resources or succeed or thrive. I'm completely valid just showing up and being here. So I like that tattoo right there. That's kind of why I got that one. This is just a frog, bro. This is just a frog from an artist named Isaiah. So good. I saw this in the books and I was like, you got the pissed off frog? Nah, put that right here. Put that right here. I still got broski right here. You can't see him, but that's definitely, I think, among people's favorites of my tattoos is definitely the angry frog. And I understand why, because I don't know, bros, he's going through it. The clown. This is, yes, my second clown tattoo. Yes, chat. I actually genuinely have 2 clown tattoos. And it's like, it's a good thing I'm not super worried about how I come across to people, because I feel like if you describe that to somebody and you're like, oh yeah, it's this guy and he has multiple clown tattoos, it's like, ooh, okay, gonna stay over here. I just love me some clowns, honestly, bro, because as I've explained on stream before, I feel like a clown. I'm probably gonna wind up with more clown tattoos. They'll never stop. It's bad for me for sure, but I'm a big fan. And then I have, and he's sad, you know, I'm a big sad clown fan because I feel like a lot of us are just sad clowns if we're being really open and honest with ourselves. So it's an insane clown posse. No, I'm not what do they call them? Like a juggalo? Is that what insane clown posse fans are called? I think so. Yes. Yeah. I did know for sure that like I was gonna have to beat the insane clown posse allegations by having multiple clown tattoos, but it's okay. I'm not part of their fan base. Oh, I have the scorpion. Hey, let me turn chat off again so you can see that bad boy. Look at that. He's nasty. That one is sharp. It came out so good. Oh, I forgot to say, Chris also gave me this clown tattoo, and then the scorpion is from an artist named Trent. That was from just books that they had there. I think maybe it's Flash from like Henry Rollins or someone like that. But yeah, I love that one. You can't go wrong with the scorpion tat. It's such a classic iconography for a reason because it just looks sick. And also, I'm from Texas, and I have had to unfortunately kill a lot of these bad guys. They didn't deserve it, but my family was very deeply terrified of scorpions. And I was the only one. I think I've talked about this on stream before. I was the only one who actually didn't care if they were going to sting me or bite me or whatever they want to do, pinch. I was like, y'all weak. Y'all are so scared of this little scorpion. I was 12 years old. I'd be like, look at this. Boop. He's gone. And then I would feel really bad after for like days at a time. But yeah. This is my apology to the scorpion community. I'm sorry for being the #1 scorpion killer as a kid, but it was because the rest of my family was too scared to do anything about it. Okay. I have, oh, you already saw the broken chain tattoo. Okay, so let's kind of do the middle row a little bit. Hold on, I'm trying to like make it bigger for you all. Okay, cool. Close enough. All right. So in the middle row, we have 1, 2, 3. So we'll start on the left. This is actually my artwork. Yay. I had designed most of the ones that I designed like a while ago, and then I kind of forgot drawing was a real thing. But recently, last year, I got back into it, and I'm like, no, I'm going to draw a tattoo, and I'm going to get one again. So I got this guy right next to the frog. I really, really love my like sky tower tattoo. I just think it looks sick. Over here on the right, we have more skulls. I was very worried initially because I was like, I already have the one skull. I don't want to be that guy who has multiple skull tattoos. And then I was like, but what if I just got over myself and I gave myself more than one at the same time? So I very quickly got two. 2 skeleton tattoos. I have this guy playing the fiddle up here, which was artwork from, oh gosh, I've remembered every single artist name. Okay, sorry to my artist who gave me that one. It's just because I've said too many names right now. So sorry, I love the tower. Thank you. I was so happy drawing that one. And then the second one I got from an artist named Kelsey. She did amazing. I mean, look at like the pose on that one is so fun. And then in the very middle of my chest, I have a biblically accurate angel tattooed smack dab in the chest department. Why? Does anyone want to guess? Why do I have a biblically accurate angel smack dab in the chest? You could probably think about it, or you could probably think of the answer. It's a really, really, really basic answer. It's such a basic answer. Reading chat. Someone said I just joined. What's up? I'm doing a tattoo tour. So the angel is crazy. The angel is crazy. It's wild. Your name. Yes. Duh. I was just like, oh man, I'm feeling real uncreative today. I'm D'Angelo. I'm going to get the angel tattoo. Why not? Someone said because they're non-binary. Well, yes. See, it's not actually just that I wanted an angel tattoo because I have angel in my name, even though, yes, I am that basic. It was also because I was like, I identify as this entity. I do. If you've ever wondered, like, he says he's non-binary and I don't know what that means. For me and my experience of gender, it's this, which is essentially that, like, I can't be perceived in a normal way. That's how I identify. My gender is like, yes, I am in a man-shaped mecha that I'm piloting from the inside, and I'm also okay with being perceived as a man because I do identify that way a bit as well. But really, like actually, really, I'm more so in the realm of just being like a collection of eyes or strange energy that I'm constantly having to warn people about. Like, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Do not be afraid. Actually, because of that, I want to get a tattoo that says, do not be afraid. Someone says I'm unknowable. Exactly. I want to get this tattoo that says, do not be afraid somewhere, but I don't know where. And I want to get it in like really like crazy lettering. That's going to be super, super, super cool. And then I saw someone ask me what it says above the angel. It says what? Wait, sorry. I forgot which way I was turning it. It says what is HWET. Hold on. We can just go back to the picture. HWAET, or it's like an ash, which is an A and E together. Does anybody know what is a reference to? It's really fun. It's such a fun word, actually. Okay. So, yeah, someone spelled it right with the ash. Good job. Good job. Okay, so here's a really funny thing. A lot of people in my age range get like 1990 something tattoos. It's so common to get a tattoo when you're in your, or you were born in the 90s. Actually, there are even some people who weren't born in the 90s who will still get like 1999 tattoos. And I wanted a 1999 tattoo so badly, or 98. I was born in 98. But I was like, I don't actually want to be one of the millions of people who has a 1998 tattoo, because that's just like the most obvious thing to do ever. But I wanted something that still had like 4 characters. I wanted something that still had like 4 characters and would be put where I would have put a 1998 tattoo. So I did in fact, sorry, I don't know how to like pilot this ship. I got Old English tattooed right underneath my collarbones instead of the word 1998, because I'm like, I have to be at least a little bit pretentious. I can't be that basic. Even though I'm still gonna get a 1998 tattoo. I did all that and it was for nothing, because after I got that one I was like, no, I'm still gonna go for it. But what is the opening line of the poem Beowulf? And for the longest time no one knew what it meant. Like, it got translated so many different ways because people thought that it was like, hey, or like yo, or like low, or this, that, the other, but we didn't really have a way of knowing that. Now, current, like modern sort of linguistic analysis suggests that huet as a word by itself doesn't actually mean anything in that context, and it's part of that larger first sentence of Beowulf, which is like what we, the so-and-so, have, you know, this, that, the other. But yes, just the word by itself being so like unknowable linguistically for so long, but also just kind of meaning like, hey, or yo, or listen up. It's even been translated as bro by various people. I've loved seeing people take like their own spin on how am I going to translate this old English word. I think the thing for me, people were saying it looks like what? It was what in most contexts, but like people didn't understand what it meant in that one. I think the thing for me is like I'm usually pretty averse to getting text tattooed because I don't like want to be locked into one meaning forever. So then I was like, what if I just got text that like the vast majority of people couldn't even agree on what it meant in the first place? And that's why I got that put right above the angel, which is in the same vein of being unknowable or untranslatable or unidentifiable. That's my current aesthetic right now. I'm very much into just like things that cannot be labeled, things that cannot actually be understood, and you have to accept on some level that you're just not going to fully understand it, but you can still experience it, because that's how I feel. That's what I feel like I'm giving a lot of y'all online, is like, You don't have to understand everything that I do, but you can still experience it, and I hope it's still fun for you. But yeah, tattoo tour. That was 21. I think I covered all 21. If I have other tattoos, I don't know about them. And I'm going to get so many more. That's the scary part. My whole arm has been sacrificed to the tattoo gods, as well as like the beginnings of this arm. And it's just really, really, really not enough. It's definitely going to be crazy. It's going to be a lifelong journey. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm reading chat. Someone said, I went crazy with getting tattoos, and people always ask what the meaning of some tattoos are. Sometimes it's no reason. Yeah. Like 80% of my tattoos was literally just because I was like, oh, that would look really cool. That would look really, really cool. But yay, tattoo tour. I've been wanting to do this, but I knew I wasn't going to actually be able to like get good pictures of the ones up here or like to show you. So I was like, let me just go back and find all the times where I took a picture and I can finally show people. Someone said, do you want to get a face tattoo? No, because there's only one person whose opinion I actually care about. Genuinely only one person whose opinion on my external appearance I give any weight to. And that's my mom. I'm not saying that has to apply to everyone. Personally, I know that my mom will be a little bit sad if I got a face tattoo. So while she is here, personally, I'm probably not really going to be doing that. However, it's literally only because of her. I actually don't care what the vast majority of people think about me having tattoos on my face. I would absolutely do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. And honestly, one day, you know, my mom won't have to worry about these things. She'll be off in the next version of whatever, worrying about whatever she is over there in the afterlife or just as my happy memory. And then I'm still going to go get my face tattooed. I don't care if I'm 60. I'm like, okay, I've waited long enough. I'll get something here or like over here. I don't know. I don't care. But that's just me personally. I do it for my mama. We have an agreement. I could do like all the way up here and she'll leave me alone. I got the septum piercing. She leaves me alone. I be sticking hot metal through my face and getting ink all throughout my hands. And my mother, who's a very opinionated person, has agreed to leave me alone. She's real nice about it. She's real sweet. So my side of the agreement is like, all right, I'll chill with the face tats a little bit. Someone said, how big of a face tat? Personally, I would not do a really big one at all. I would do something that goes with the contours of my face. So like up here, even though that's really basic, or I like under here for sure. I also am a really, really big fan of like going down this way. I think that's really cool as well. I'm not the biggest fan of like any sort of jaw tatty, but that's just me personally. But like, I'm a big supporter of people who have face tats and stuff like that, because I think there's a lot of discourse about it of like, oh, you're gonna look trashy, and chat, I'm happy to tell you I already get the trash allegations. I think no matter where I am, there's always at least something visible on me. But like I had to let go of being the fear of being seen as trash or like a criminal, right? A lot of people are like, oh, don't get hand tattoos. Hand tattoos are for criminals. They're for this, that, the other. And then I realized, and this is really, 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 really funny. It's not funny, but it's really funny. I was like, oh, wait. Anybody who I'm worried about seeing me as a criminal probably already sees me as a criminal. Even if I didn't have any ink and I was over here dressed like a college professor, I think the people who I'm worried about the most have already given up on me specifically. I really realized like, wait, I am worried about people looking at my skin and judging me based off of it. I realized how silly that was for me, a black man in his late 20s. So then I just started going for it. People said scalp tat. I would get a tattoo on the top of my head. Yeah, I would do it for sure. Because I'm still probably going to be bald. What's your opinion on Harry Styles' ticket situation? Oh, I can talk about that. I can talk about that. Oh wait, but I want to bookmark this. I encourage you to do within reason any sort of whatever you want to do. Don't worry too much about how people are going to perceive you. Now, that is easier for me to say because chat, nobody can fire me. I knew getting a hand tattoo that no one could actually fire me from doing YouTube, right? I'm not so silly as to think these rules universally apply everywhere, but I will say this. Have no fear of being seen as some weirdo with piercings or dyed hair or tattoos or this, that, the other, or trash or whatever, because they're already gonna incorrectly think that you're trash. So be so trashy. I'm a strong advocate for just embracing your trash aesthetic. I do like this dark emo trash metal vibe when it's not even the music I listen to. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny. Anyways, okay, so Harry Styles, hold on. Before we talk about the ticket prices, I want to talk about the new song. I want to talk about the new Harry Styles song. If you haven't heard the new Harry Styles song, don't worry. You can still sit for this conversation. I'll explain it a little bit. Or I feel like it would be even better for me to explain like how I usually approach Harry Styles. Whereas he's not somebody whose music I usually put on. He's somebody whose music happens to me a lot anyway. That's where I'm at with like your Sabrina Carpenters of the world, your Taylor Swifts of the world. I'm like, oh, I don't even have to listen to y'all because y'all are just going to happen to me. Harry Styles is one of the artists where whenever his music happens to me, I'm not usually mad about it. Sometimes I remind you of the Eusexual album. Hey, FKA Twigs, fellow Baldy. I'm not usually mad when Harry Styles happens in front of me. Sometimes I even sing along. Adore You? Yes. What other Harry Styles songs are I like? Oh, there's that one really sad one where it's like, I'm falling again. I think he sings that. That's a great song. It makes me sad. It makes me emo. I hate Watermelon Sugar. Unabashedly. Actually, I don't even I try not to use the word hate, especially to describe something as beautiful and joyous as music. When I tell you I hate the song Watermelon Sugar, I just can't do it. There's something about that song that's not right. There's something about that song that's wrong. For me, it's okay to like the song. I'm not even saying this is a mark on your taste. Maybe Watermelon Sugar happened to me too many times as a concept. So I have mixed to positive feelings about Harry Styles, where I think he's very talented. And he's not someone I seek out, but the majority of his songs are fine. Someone said As It Was is good. And I believe As It Was is a beautiful song. You know, it's not the same as It Was. That song makes me feel sad and happy at the same time. So chat, because As It Was happened, it was a couple years ago or whatever, I was like, I liked that Harry song. And I've liked a lot of his music, even though he may have the odd song or two where I'm like, oh, I can't do this. I'm going to get into Harry's new album. I'm going to get into Harry Styles this time. I'm going to become a fan. I'm like, he's going to drop his new song, Aperture. I forget what day it came out. I'm like, I'm going to show up right when that song comes out and I'm going to listen to it. I waited for the music video. And this is going to be my introduction to Harry Styles. Finally, proper. So I get there. I'm hyped. I'm seated. And he makes me sit through a 1-minute techno intro. And I'm like, okay, that's a big ask, but I've made up my mind. I've made up my mind. I said I was going to be a Harry Styles fan. I don't even know what they're called. I'm going to be one of Harry's and I'm going to sit through this. We're going to survive. We're going to live. So that I'm like bobbing along and then he starts singing and he sounds like he is asleep. He sounds like we caught him in a dream. We got these vocals while he was sleep talking. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of like low energy techno inspired electronic music that does slightly remind me of some things from the 2000s and 2010s, but this is a little difficult. But I was like, you know what? We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. We're going to get to that chorus and it's going to go off. And then the song just kind of didn't go off. It went on. I think that's my main issue with Aperture. I wanted it to go off, but it just went on and on and on. And that's okay. It's a vibe. It's a style. It's a style. But I'm like, why did Harry Styles switch up his whole thing when I personally said that I wanted to get into his music? And then he drops strange electronic music that doesn't really sound much like anything that he's released before. So I feel like he played me. I was already mad at Harry Styles. He didn't need to have a ticket controversy for me to be like, oh, nah, we got beef. How are you going to whip out your strangest, slowest song? I know it might not be his slowest song. I haven't listened to all his music. You're going to whip out the biggest ask. Oh, please sit through this electronic music right now. Right when I decided to actually give you a fair shot. It's been beef. It's been beef with me and Harry for sure. But the ticketing controversy that people are referring to, I didn't actually like... I haven't done my research on this though yet. I haven't done my research on who is responsible for this. I saw a lot of people complaining rightfully about like prices that they just felt were obscene. Okay, this is from Forbes. Forbes is not always a great source, but like prices reaching like $1,000, not even just from resellers or anything like that, but just people going to buy the tickets initially. And it's like, yeah, it's $1,000 for those tickets. I'm not saying this is Harry Styles' fault because I don't know how much liability he has for here. I'm just saying, like, in a vacuum, regardless of me doing research, what is happening? Someone said they said the floor was like 1K. I saw that. I didn't do research. I didn't verify, but I saw people saying tickets floor ticket prices for this tour was like $1,000. I don't know if that was true everywhere, chat. I don't know if this is actually true everywhere. I would have to look into it a little harder, but I did see people saying this was happening. Someone says 700 to 800 VIP for merch. Okay. I'm struggling. I'm struggling here. Okay. Artists deserve to get paid. Obviously. And tours involve a lot of people besides the uber rich pop singers. However, I don't want concerts to turn into something that only rich people can enjoy. I'm going to be really open and honest with you, chat. The average person, we know what like the average salary is. The average person cannot easily afford tickets that cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars when they may already have to be traveling as well. It makes me upset to think of concerts, something as inclusive as concerts, turning into, oh, this is entertainment for rich people or people who are going to have to work really, 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 really hard to muster the resources to attend a concert. It's a concert. It's a concert. Someone said it's 1x my rent. Hot take, chat. Ticket prices should not be similar to your rent. They should not be similar to your rent. Now, that being said, I still want to make it really clear. Before Harry Styles defenders pop out the woodwork and be like, well, actually, Harry's not the one who did that. I don't know, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just using Harry Styles as a vehicle to say I am worried by the trends that I have seen. Because it doesn't even matter if like this is true or not. Ticket prices are getting worse. I know that just from poking around. They're getting more expensive, especially coming from like really, really big pop stars. No. Someone said, I know live shows are a luxury, but this is another level. Yeah, exactly. I think every artist, or like everyone who creates things, they do have to strike a balance between accessibility and still making their stuff profitable. So for example, you're watching me right here live on YouTube. How many of you got an ad during the stream? How many of you got an ad? Don't raise your hands. Don't lie to me. None of you got an ad during the stream. Do you know how I know that none of you got an ad during the stream? You can't. I disabled that from happening. Now, you might get one when you join. Because again, money, money, money. You might get one when you click into the stream. But as far as like ads playing during the stream, that's something I opt out of so as not to make the stream inaccessible for people who don't have ad block or who don't have YouTube Premium or whatever, or who just might not get an ad. You always are on some level having to be like, I would like to make money, but I just don't want things to suck. And listen, honestly, chat, if I did run ads during my stream, I would still be well within my right to do so. It would be annoying, obviously, and many of you would not see it because a lot of you have ad blocker, as you should. But like, you don't have to do everything just because you can, just because you know people are going to eventually like pay for it, or you're going to get money from doing it. It's okay to be like, I don't have to constantly be making the most money possible as a creator. I don't have to have super chats on. I could probably, chat, I'm gonna be real with you, I could probably get a little bit of a bag off a super chat. I don't want to do that. I want a more streamlined and chill experience. And so I feel like I understand, like, there's any number of arguments to be made for the price of art. That's a very nuanced thing. But I'm still going to advocate for you as an artist should not be making yourself inaccessible to your fans who want to support you. Boo. Some said people already don't make enough money. I know. Why does it have to be everything is more expensive? And okay. Speaking of my mom, right? I mentioned her the other day. Do you know what she told me? And I know that complaining about eggs is far from being outre at this point. It's a very cold take. We know that eggs are expensive. But she told me that eggs that she would have gotten at some point for, I think she said $6 to $8, now cost her $24. For the same amount of eggs that she would have gotten for 6 to 8. She remembers, this is in her memory. I choose to believe her. She's been grocery shopping for a while. I should know. There's plenty of great meals when I was a kid. You can definitely sit here and talk about inflation and this, that, the other. But Chad, I'm going to be honest with you. Prices are rising at a rate far beyond inflation. You're also just dealing with, and eggs, I'm not talking about eggs specifically. I don't know the details of why that is happening or why that is so expensive. But when it comes to things like concert prices, they don't have to go. Someone says price gouging. Exactly. They don't have to be this expensive. It's not 100% a reflection of the economy. Some of this is just people being like, oh, I bet I can make more money by charging more. What are you going to do? Not put eggs in your cake? Bake without that? What are you going to do? Not see me in concert? Bet you'll figure it out. Nah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Now, granted, chat, this is because my mom buys a lot of eggs. She was feeding like 5 other people at one point. So she's not really buying the normal amount, but I don't think it should be the case where something that costs her $6 to $8 is now costing her $24, obviously. Obviously. Someone says Texas is crazy expensive. My mom doesn't live in Texas anymore. She got the heck out of Dodge. I'm reading chat. I want to fight Ticketmaster for the monopoly on concert tickets. I don't like Ticketmaster. I don't like Live Nation. No, it's a no to all of them. Well, because I also just think like in general, and again, I know this is like, duh. It's so uncool to take something that is like based around joy and people being really excited to support artists and be like, let's turn this into a capitalist hellscape. Let's make ticket prices another aspect of people feeling like, oh wow, I can barely afford to breathe. It's not cool. It's not cool. Reading chat. Someone said milk and eggs are way different from an overpriced ticket to an artist who is far from retirement. My point, I agree. My point is that when you have things like that are necessities where the price is already going up so far. It's pretty painful to see things that actually you don't even need to be driving the price up like that, driven up higher too, when people already cannot afford the basic things. That's kind of what I'm saying. Someone said stream do it by even underscores. Yes, you should. I love underscores and do it. Actually, I feel like sometimes during chat, if you've ever heard me say I just can't do it, I'm referencing underscores. That's a good song. It's a good song. I beg thee to drop the jacket name. Oh, I've said before, I got the jacket from a shop called Mingna London. I don't know. I'm not super into like sharing brands because I never know what brands are up to. I try to do my research, but then if I'm like, oh yes, buy this jacket from here and this brand is like horrible, it's a no from me. It's a no from me. I don't want to do that. So tentatively, but I'm also not that kind of guy who's like, I'm gonna be wearing the most bomb outfit ever and you're never gonna ever find it. You will never find it. You will never be able to dress like me. It's a hoodie from Mingna London. It ran me about $130 and I have multiple copies of it because I be streaming in the same outfit all the time. But it's really, really high quality. It's really great. But it's not a sponsorship. It's not an endorsement. And you don't have to pay $130 for a cool hoodie. So it's a great clothes, but crazy price. Yeah, no, the price is... It's not something I would recommend. Yeah, no, this is also... Okay, chat, there's like... You gotta walk a fine line, honestly. Because, like, I justified it being part of my work uniform. And so, yeah, I spent some coin on this. But, like, I don't ever want to be that influencer that's like, oh, yeah, this ran me, like... X amount, $100, and yeah, these pants are like this amount of... It's not that important what I'm wearing. I just tried to look really cool for you. I'm just doing my best. I'm doing my best. Someone said you could probably find it resold somewhere. You definitely could find this or similar things resold for sure. It's fire though. It is. Someone said write it off as a business expense. Oh my gosh. Someone said who got Mingna alternatives are cheaper though. You can honestly just Google things with like a Y2K aesthetic. Here, chat, I can show you how to rip off my whole aesthetic. Do y'all want to know how to have a D'Angelo aesthetic in 2026? You don't actually need to spend much money. You do need to know what to Google though. I'll show you right now. Okay, hold on. It's really, really easy. You can start your search by just doing black Y2K cyber, and you're going to be like 90% of the... Look at that. You're 90% of the way to my aesthetic just by going off of like a cyber inspired... Look at this right here. I'm inspired by a lot of like neo tribal. That's what's on this hoodie right here. A lot of neo tribal designs. Basically, my point or my sort of thesis, because every iconic person does have a style thesis, and I am a fashion icon. My thesis is a mix of two things, and I've talked about this already in chat, but let's just really hop into it. Unreadable black metal logos, right? This is like 50% of my aesthetic for sure. I always want to come across this way because again, we're kind of getting back into that unreadability, that unknowability from my tattoo tour, right? And Kingdom Hearts anything. Essentially do all of this and render it in the color black or silver, and bam, you've got a 2026 D'Angelo aesthetic. It doesn't even take that much money. You can easily find a lot of this stuff used, but yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. I'm reading chat. So I can see it. Yeah, that's my current aesthetic. Like, look at this. It's so edgy, so stupid. I dress so dumb, chat, but I love it. I feel very like validated, and I feel a sense of euphoria dressing the way that I would have wanted to dress when I was 12. Oh my gosh. My husband's a metalhead and he describes the font as stuff that scares white people. I describe it as stuff that scares old people. Yeah. Scaring old people is like the basis of my aesthetic for sure. Kingdom Hearts mention. Oh my god, I love me some Kingdom Hearts. I love me some Kingdom Hearts. Someone said if Sephiroth was a streamer. Maybe. It's if Cloud dressed like Sephiroth. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing about Final Fantasy protagonists. They serve face, okay? Listen, you got Cloud over here from the Final Fantasy VII Remake. He is like allergic to not serving. Constantly serving all the time. He looks snatched. And honestly, same. But then again, like, so does Sephiroth. But Sephiroth is more of like a different vibe. I want to be snatched like a Final Fantasy protagonist while having the grandiosity of a Final Fantasy villain, right? So you got Final Fantasy VII Remake, Sephiroth. I don't actually want to be a bad person or a cringe edgelord or whatever, even though I love Sephiroth, I'm not gonna lie. I want to have more of like this personality while having this energy. And that's definitely how I try to come across. I do want people to click into the stream and be like, oh, that's a lot. But then I'm being a nice guy. I don't think it's like punk to be off-putting to people personality wise. Actually, I think being understanding of other people is super duper transgressive. So that's me personally. So it says your work uniform. Yes, it's my work uniform. I got multiple copies, and you that's the thing, like, you always have to think about what you're giving. You always have to think about, actually, can we please just talk about some of my looks? Because I have always served, and whereas I know that people have acknowledged it and I'm happy about that, I feel like low key it needs to be talked about more. I have given y'all so many good looks throughout my time on YouTube. Look at this like dark academia moment that I gave everybody for this Caroline Calloway video. This was a beautiful outfit. This was a beautiful outfit that I put on. I was like, I'm going to make a dark sort of sense with this one. Look at this outfit that I wore in my Ozempic video. Are you kidding me right now? Bro, I'm genuinely ethereal. It's crazy. It's wild. No, y'all got to give me at least some flowers. I am constantly out here trying to be iconic and cute and just serve and give y'all what's supposed to be gave. Like, yeah, I do it. And that's why my work outfits are always very extravagant, because if I'm not going to be able to change my outfit multiple times, because I'm not a big believer in having a closet full of unlimited clothes, I at least want to be giving you something great. I want to be giving you something great. Someone said bro wants to be more grandiose. I want to reach levels of big-headedness that are just like off the charts, immeasurable. Someone said I love the confident energy of a deserved self-glaze. Chat, you have to know when you're killing it. You have to know when you're killing it. The world already wants to tell me a lot of things, most of which I don't really pay too much attention to. The world already wants me down here. It wants a lot of us down here, no matter what kind of person you are. And so you got to be like, nah, screw that. I look great. I put effort into this and I did it well. Be like, oh yeah, I don't know, I'm an artist and I drew the heck out of that. I'm crocheting and I'm good at crochet. You need to be like, most of y'all could never do what I just, the average person, give them a crochet hook. What are they going to do with it? Be like, oh, is this a chopstick? That would be me. Y'all are talented. Y'all look great. Y'all are putting effort into things. You need to be conscious of that, honestly. I think we would all be so much happier. I've said before, like, I get hit with the like overconfident allegations all the time, and like, that's fine. But what I really want is my level of confidence for the whole world. We should all think that we're God's gift to the earth. Things would be so much more interesting. They would be so much more interesting, because if you think of yourself that way and you think that we should all think this, you're going to think other people are this as well. I actually think everybody is really impressive for doing the things that they're doing, for pushing through a lot of this nonsense. I mean, look at the first half of the stream, for crying out loud. It was depressing. And that's also why I'm talking about more lighthearted things right now. It's honestly a flex just to get through the environment that we're in and then still try to have any bit of fun ever. So yeah, be proud of yourself. For real, for real, for real, for real. I'm reading chat. Someone said only insecure people dislike genuine confidence. Yeah, I mean, like, I think people misunderstand what confidence is as well. Because if I was actually genuinely thinking I was better than other people, like being genuine, I will make the joke in a video of like, yes, of course, I'm the most important creator on this platform. But if I actually genuinely thought I deserve things that other people don't, it's going to come through and I'm going to be unwatchable. I'm going to be unwatchable, chat. It's an ugly way. And unfortunately, a lot of people who make content actually, they're not the ones joking about it, but you can tell from their actions, oh, you really actually do think that you're like up here and we're all down here. I think that I am a hustler. I'm a grinder. I am somebody who is really putting in the hours, and I got lucky that it paid off, but I also worked really hard. And so I'm proud of myself. I don't think I'm better than anybody else, but trust me, while I'm here, I'm going to ham it up. I'm going to use every bit of opportunity I have. For real, for real. Someone said being sanctimonious and being confident aren't the same. They are not the same thing. No, for sure. I don't want to hang around people who genuinely think they're better than other people, because that's just whack. It's whack. It's not cool. Someone said Grindr. I hardly know her. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm not on Grindr, Tinder, etc., because, well, many reasons, but like, I don't want to do online dating. I have only heard the worst things about online. Is that fun for anybody? Do y'all actually have fun on these platforms? I don't even want to go through the hassle, because as much confidence as I just said I have, I don't want to turn that into, hey, it's me. Here's a social platform trying to convey all of my best qualities. Please date me. I don't want to do it. I can't with online dating and the way that it makes people feel. I just like people in my personal life explaining their experiences with online dating stuff, and I'm just like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'm saying, seeing people say stay away, it's terrible. Yeah, no. It's not like, if it works for you, I'm happy. If you're like, oh, I met my boo on Tinder, good, I'm glad, because it worked the way it's intended. But I feel like this sort of thing does not always work the way it's intended, and it just makes people feel so bad about themselves. And I'm just like, I don't want to feel bad about myself, so I don't have a dating profile. I don't want to be a commodity in that way personally. Oh my gosh. Someone said, I met my long-term partner that I love online and I still would not recommend. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I have no stigma for actual online relationships. Like, y'all met online? I think that's beautiful, but I don't want to be in that space personally. I'm having fun over here. My bestie is on those platforms, and even the women are terrible according to her. I don't think it brings out the best in anyone, because it's a pretty strange, like, okay, so as I said, you can totally find a relationship this way. You can get lucky. I feel like, is it a hot take to say that if you did online dating and it worked for you and you are now in a happy relationship, or even had any amount of happiness in that relationship that you had, you got lucky? It actually, as a concept, is kind of scary if you really think about it. Because, like, I don't know. For me personally, I would much rather become someone's friend first. And that, I know that that's easier said than done. And I'm not, I'm not that confident, chat. I'm not that confident. No. I'm not that confident. Don't make me feel like numbers, I guess. That's the thing about like Tinder that I don't want to do. I don't want to feel like, wow, I'm really numbers. I'm really data. I'm really someone's option. I'm a choice. I don't want that. I want the illusion of being chosen. I want to be friends, and then more than friends. But that's just me personally. That's literally just me. Someone says, I know I'm overwhelmingly lucky. Yeah, but I am happy for y'all. I am deeply, deeply happy for you if this actually did work out for you. Good. That's the point of the tool. It functioned as intended. It functioned as intended. I'm reading chat. My friend met her boyfriend from Roblox. Roblox? Oh, that's wild. I'm reading chat. Someone said they're teen dating apps. No, there are grooming platforms. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No. Hold on a second. Oh, my computer died. My computer died because it didn't even want to engage with the idea of a teen dating. Oh, Sephiroth. Okay. Sephiroth would never use a teen dating app. And he's not a good guy. But even that is below him. Okay, no, hold on. I don't even want to search for this the normal way. I'm just going to do an incognito search. This is... Oh, I'm not a robot, bro. Okay, Google thinks I'm a robot because I'm doing... Okay, there we go. No. No. This is insane. I'm sorry. I promise you, 75%, 95%, you are so much more likely to encounter a groomer on a teen dating app than you are an actual child. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't even go. Wait, this says Northwestern Now News. Teens are using dating apps more than you think. It may not be a bad thing. It's a bad thing. Let your kids go to school. It's enough for little Harry to go to school and be like, uh-oh, I have a crush on Sally. And that is how teen dating happens. We don't need platforms to facilitate this that anybody can access. I want Harry to be like, oh no, I have a crush on Barry. What do I do? Figure things out the normal way, please. We don't need teen dating apps. I want Harry to be like, oh, I have a crush on Kai. Kai's not a guy or a girl. What's happening? Why do I feel this way? Let the kids figure their stuff out at school, not on the internet. This is wild. This is wild. No. Someone says highly concerned. It's so concerning. It's so concerning. What are you doing? Some kind of age verification? If that's the case, then you're just collecting data on teenagers, and that doesn't make any sense. And if you're not, then no, sorry. No teen dating apps. Those are groomer platforms. It's a no. Someone said Harry and Barry sitting in a tree. Yeah, I support Harry and Barry at school where they can go be kids about it, not data for the internet. Someone said I met my boyfriend on a teen dating app. Yo, if it worked for you, I'm happy. But again, we're getting back into the there's an element of luck here. Someone says, is he anti-gay teens? Am I anti-gay teens? Am I anti... No, I'm not anti-gay teens. I'm not. I think gay teenagers should continue being gay. They should not continue being teenagers, though. I'm anti-teenagers in general. Just kidding. I support Harry and Barry. That was my point. I was like, if Harry wants to be with Mary, he can figure that out at school. If Harry wants to be with Barry, that can also occur on school, not on the internet. I'm not anti-gay. If Harry and Ari, who is non-binary, want to go hang out at school, figure that out at school. That was my point. I was trying not to be heteronormative. You try not to be heteronormative, and then they're like, is he anti? I understand, though. It's still an important question to ask. I was trying not to be heteronormative. Anyways, so that's a joke. I mean, someone probably was joking. I just want to make it clear, though. I'm not okay with people thinking even that I'm like anti whatever. Anyways. Reading chat. Someone said, do you ever look at the fan art you get? Do I get fan art? If that happens, I should look into it so I can support people and be like, yo, thank you. That was really nice. I appreciate that. Poetry slam stream. Okay, I'll give you a poem right now. Teen dating. I'm 27. The concept is frustrating. These kids are 11. Let them have crushes at school. There you go. Poetry slam. Poetry slam. Teen dating, I'm 27. The concept's frustrating. These kids are 11. Let them have crushes at school. You can quote me on that. That was off the dome. That was off the dome. Sorry, that was horrible. That was awful. That was awful. Also, you know the really funny thing? It's not funny. It's not funny. But you know the really interesting thing about like YouTubers constantly having like grooming allegations or being groomers of this, that, the other. I'm like, on the one hand, obviously you should just not be groomers. So let's get that out of the way. But on the second hand, it's so easy to avoid this by just not even interacting with people like this in the first place. Part of me wanted to make a joke of like, oh, as a YouTuber, I shouldn't be joking about like teen dating apps. Cause then, chat, I'm never going to get grooming allegations. You know why? Cause I never be talking to none of y'all. First of all, I'm not a groomer. So that's the easy part. We literally always have this level of distance between us. No one can ever be taken advantage of by me because I'm not actually trying to force this fake idea that like actually forget me being a creator that you like. Let's be friends. Let's talk to each other really closely. It's so appalling. Okay, hold on. I know it's a hot take because some people are just like, no, adults are free to talk to adults all they want. There's nothing wrong with being an adult and having an audience and, I don't know, dating people in your audience or whatever. And I'm just like, first of all, it's the internet. So I honestly just assume that everybody is lying. I assume that everybody is lying about their age. I really do. I would never be so stupid as to believe someone reaching out and it's like, hey, D'Angelo, hey, I'm an adult. I'm like, okay, that person's 12. But secondly, it's like, why do you want to engage that level of parasocialness as a creator? Because even if your fans believe your lie, essentially, which is that you are on equal footing, it's not true. You do definitely know that your fans don't know you. I know that y'all know me as a channel name and as a concept and also as a person I am in my streams. I think I'm currently in my 52nd hour of streaming this month. You're literally watching me on hour 52. I can't fake a persona for 52 hours live with no script. Yes, I am being myself, but like you definitely don't know me on the level where I'm like, oh, you really know me. Let's date. Let's take this to the next level. There should be more backlash against creators doing this whole interacting with their fan base in this way kind of thing. It's wrong. Even if fans don't think it's wrong, I'm telling you as a creator, you know that it's wrong. It's not right to interact with people this way. I feel like you're taking advantage of them personally. Someone says it feels weird calling you D'Angelo, almost too personal. You can call me D'Angelo, chat. I don't mind. That is my name. Also, it's not what everybody in real life calls me either. So you're already getting my internet name. Someone said side-eye James Charles. Side-eye James Charles. Side-eye... I'm thinking of people, but I don't want to bring them up in case I'm wrong or I'm misremembering. But yeah, it's not the only time I've seen this sort of rhetoric or this sort of discourse. It's not even always grooming. Excuse me, it's not even always minors. I'm just like, why are you chatting up people in your audience in the first place? That's weird. It's weird. Someone says there's always a power imbalance. And it really, really is. I'm not even that kind of person, by the way, where I'm going to be like, oh, you're like, I don't know, you're like 25 and your partner is like 21. I'm going to tell Twitter that you're a groomer. No, even though I wouldn't date a 21-year-old personally. No, I understand there's always some level of difference between two people. We're individuals, we're going to be at different places in lives. And I'm not one of those people who's actually even super crazy about, but I shouldn't say crazy because it's actually a very valid conversation to have power imbalances in relationships. It's not crazy, but I'm not one of those people who thinks everything is a power imbalance. But dear Lord, we can at least admit that having a large platform and interacting with people who are predisposed to liking you is a power imbalance, right? And whatever happens between you two, you're going to have a whole lot of influence and power. And this person's not going to have any of it. And you also know that they don't really know you. I don't support it. Someone said Colleen, ukulele queen explaining teens. Yeah, it doesn't even always have to be a dating thing. Even just the way Colleen Ballinger was like way too chummy with people from her audience in that way who are very young. I don't support it because honestly, as a creator, you should not need that level of validation from people on the internet. I'm going to be really honest with you. That's not good. You shouldn't need teenagers in a group chat with you performing fandomness of you. I'm very deeply okay only being liked like this when I'm live. It's okay to like, I go out and I interact in the world. No one knows I do YouTube. I'm not famous. Everyone treats me normally, which I appreciate. I don't always need this, and you should not always need this as a creator. I'm so against this. I'm so deeply against creators. Like, creators can be parasocial with their audience. I know that the audience catches a lot of flack for being parasocial, and I agree that audiences can be and are very parasocial, but there are a lot of creators who take advantage of that parasocial relationship to just do weird things or like try to mine validation for people, and it's just like, I haven't actually like DM'd a fan in so long. It would have been so long ago that I wouldn't have even been an influencer. So it's like, I've managed to avoid all of these problems. I've never actually taken advantage of anybody or made them feel weird or like they have to come forward. This, that, the other. It's real easy. Someone said, have you ever been recognized in public? Occasionally. It goes, it depends on where I'm going. Like if I'm just hanging out in random areas of North Carolina, no. No one recognizes me. But if I go to places where there are a lot of people and sometimes a lot of younger people, yeah, I've stopped. I've like taken pictures with people. Once I was asked for a hug really politely if I was okay with it, and I was like, sure, I'll give you a hug. I'm okay with that. They were really nice about it. So I wasn't disturbed at all. I don't mind it. I think it's really sweet because everyone's been really nice. I've said before, and I'll say it again. My worry is actually somebody's going to be like, oh my God, I am Dax Shepard's biggest fan. I am Barry Weiss's biggest fan. Who have I talked about this year? I'm Elon Musk's biggest fan. I'm a Musk head. I'm a Muskrat. And I watched your video on Elon Musk. Elo? I watched your video on Elon Musk. I hate you. You are every... I get scared. Maybe that's just a byproduct of the illness. But yeah, no, I'm more worried about people recognizing me and not liking my content, but that has never happened. It's only been the most wonderful people. Someone said, I swear I saw someone who looked like you in Texas once, freaked me out. It could have been me or it could have been any other. Why'd you move to North Carolina from Texas? I was just switching it up. I wanted to move further north, but I still wanted to live in the South. So I moved as far north. Hold on. This is really funny. I already know that my computer is not going to work. I know we've got no signal. My computer turns off so quickly. Okay, it's back. Oh, no, it's gone. Oh, wow. It's super gone. Okay, it's back. Yay. Okay, so Mason Dixon line. So, like, hold on. So the South, essentially, here we go. This is a better example. Thank you, Britannica. You could call the South a lot of things. I do think that even some of these states that are right up on here wouldn't be considered the South. personally, I don't want to live above the Mason-Dixon line. Why? Because I have a slow spirit. Okay? I can't explain this in a way that would make sense to somebody who's not from the American South, but I'm going to try. A lot of us down here, we just move really slowly. We think slowly. We process things slowly. And anytime I've ever had the pleasure of interacting with environments that were predominantly people who were not Southern, everything moves super fast. And then I start feeling really stupid. So as much as I don't agree with any sort of like politics or anything that is commonly associated with the South, in terms of just me being able to function in society seamlessly, I definitely like living where I do. That being said, I was really, really tired-ish of living in Texas at the as far south as you could possibly be. I was like, oh my God, I know that I'm a Southern bro. But like, does that mean I actually have to live on the bottom of the actual South? If you live in Texas, that's fine. I lived there until I was 23 years old. It's actually a beautiful state with many beautiful people in it. But when I was finally presented the opportunity and privilege to move, I was like, I don't want to be all the way down there. So what if I moved over here? I'm over here. I moved up a little bit, but I still live in the South. A state with North in its name, but is still in the American South. And that is part of the reason I moved from Texas to North Carolina. I still want to live down here, but not that far down here. But I also can't live that far up there because then I start shutting down. Oh my gosh. I'm reading chat. Someone said, I don't know if it's exactly the same, but as someone born and raised in Wisconsin, then moved to Washington State in my late 20s, I feel this. It might not even be exactly the same, but you definitely understand where I'm coming from. Oh my gosh. As a native New Yorker, I'm telling you, you'd fit right in here. Probably. Oh, well, here's the thing. I think the thing is my overstimulation is wild. And I'm not saying that New York is like a worse place than other places or this, that, the other. I'm more so just like, New York looks beautiful. To me, I think it's a really cool looking place. However, well, then again, you didn't say New York City, but my mind goes to New York City. I'm going to tell you right now, chat. Obviously, this picture is edited to heck. It looks almost AI. We don't got anything like this. we don't really have anything like this down here. Let me show y'all what San Antonio looks like where I used to live, okay? This is more so my vibe. Look at that. You've got some buildings downtown, okay? But as far as being like this, there's only so much I can take. I get overstimulated very easily. And so New York looks very beautiful, but living there permanently for me, I'm like, I think I'd probably get along with the people there, but I would always feel like all the time. Because sometimes I feel like that in my own home. I'm reading chat. Some say I love the city down, but I don't mind the suburbs. Yeah. I mean, I still live in an area that is like not residential. So even me right now, like the place that I'm at is surrounded by things that are not houses or apartments. And so it's not even like I don't like city life, but I need fake city life. I need small. I don't live in a small city, but I need, it's gotta be small. Reading chat. Someone says sensory overload, mayhaps. For me. Someone said I get it. I'm from the South, but I needed to go places. Yeah, no, you gotta make the best of wherever you're at. Someone said, girl, same, I'm home all the time and I'm still overstimulated. It's wild. It's wild. I get a lot of like people look at my live streams and they're like, how do you stream for so long? How do you stream for so long? What is going on here? And part of the reason is because I am built different than the rest of you. But also, no, y'all could probably survive a 4-hour stream. You would have to practice though. You would have to work your way up. I created an environment that is so not overstimulating. If I look, I'm reading chat right now. Everything is soft and pink and white and easy to read. My moderators get the more extreme version where you have to deal with like everything. And I feel like you have to do all of those things. I leave that to the people who are helping me with that. I get the soft version of everything. If I go to my PC, oh look, we're in the same sort of general realm of like soft pink tones. And I know I purposely also have an aesthetic of like stimulation, but I wanted it to be calm and chill. So this is actually like my happy place where I don't have to worry about being super overstimulated. Also, my chat moves at a very reasonable speed. Sometimes it'll go really fast if like something is happening that is wild and everyone's like, whoa, what's going on? Then I'm probably also feeling the same level of engagement. But yeah, no, I'm a homebody. I move slow. I have a slow spirit. As I said, I have a slow spirit. Some say you don't see the same chat as us. Well, I also have brain rot. So if you think my chat moves fast, that's not fast to me. I know my chat moves a lot faster than like certain other streamers who maybe don't have as many people there or whatever. I guess it moves kind of fast, but for me, like that's not that fast because it could be so much worse, chat. It could be. Hold on, chat. Go ahead and show everybody what an actual active chat looks like before I leave. I want people to realize what certain streamers deal with all the time. Go ahead. Start going off. Someone said you can't see profile pictures and usernames. I can if I have to. User XOXO9414, but I choose not to look at that version of the information that's on screen because I actually don't really mind too much. If I have to really get down to business. Okay, look, that is what the chat looks like for a lot of people. That's overstimulating chat. If this is what my streams looked like, I wouldn't be able to look at. I'm sorry. I would just have to ignore all of you. I would just have to move on with my life and be like, okay, I can't do this. But thankfully, I feel like people are pretty chill most of the time. Things move at a reasonable pace. I actually read the vast majority of the things that I see people saying because it's not overstimulating for me. But yeah, no, if my chat moved like that, I'm so sorry. It would be like, here, let me show you all what would happen. I would take a look at this scrolling and I would be like, oh, okay. The end. No chat. Goodbye. Can't do it. I would make it disappear. No. It's got to be slow for me. Anyways, someone said enough of us are lurkers. I have so many lurkers and I am so grateful for them. I'm so grateful for the people who... I'm grateful for every single core aspect of my viewership. The people who are engaged, who I am mostly talking to directly in my streams, I'm very grateful for. But I also really, really appreciate people who are just like, oh, I'm just going to put them on in the background. That's why I explain things, even if I feel like, oh, maybe the average person may know this, but there might be that one lurker who is like, I actually have no idea what he's talking about. I just wanted to be supportive. So I'm going to be like, let me try to do a good job of explaining this. But yeah, no, it's a balance. Everything is a balance, honestly. Sometimes I'm a half lurker. I lurk in chat, period. That's the one thing about like live streaming that is kind of wild is you can't really ever turn off. I think the thing for me, I'm not like burned out by it because I have a decent amount of hours, but like in real life, when I'm hanging out with my friends and stuff like that, I am not the one providing all of the entertainment. I can calm down for a second and be like, okay, now it is friends' turn to speak. And then I'm processing and I'm like absorbing things. And I'm like, yes, this is normal and this is human. During a live stream, if I zip, it's more like, uh-oh, well now it's just dead. Hold on, look how awkward it is. I'm gonna mime me looking for something. Okay, I'm back. Chat, it's a little awkward. Streams get a little awkward when you're not constantly on. And also, not finna name names, but some of y'all stream this way. I'm not gonna name names. I'm gonna name a community. I'm gonna name a community. Video game streamers. Some of them can be so bad at actually talking during a live stream. It's not all of them. There's like, you got like VTubers playing video games and doing amazing. You've got all kinds of like video game content creators that I would say don't have a lot of dead space in their streams. It's a certain kind of streamer. Hold on. It's the kinds of streamers who play games, not like arc raiders. It's not just arc raiders, okay? It's literally any style of like, it could be Fortnite. It could be Valorant. Okay, I know you're like, oh my god, he has so many tabs open. Don't worry about it. Look, if I just do Valorant gameplay. Okay, cool. I'm gonna steal someone's footage right now. All right, great. I'm going to show you how gaming streams look like to me. So first of all, the chat would not even be big enough to see. You guys would be like super. Hold on, I'm going to move the chat. Okay, there you go. You could barely ever see the chat on game streams for some reason. You see like 5 people at one time. And then I'm down here in the corner with like a bunch of graphics going off and stuff like that. And then it's literally just like this. Okay, hold on. I don't know how Valorant works, so my commentary is going to be really stupid.
I see the spike. For you.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Wait, where's the rest of my team?
Enemy spotted.
Oh, what? They are cheating! Yo! We've got people cheating. What was his ping? What was his ping? Are you stream sniping? Am I being stream sniped right now? Oh my god! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's how a lot of game streams come across to me. Wavering between awful dead space and like complete overreaction. And I'm just like... not my style of content, personally. So that's why I try to be a little more engaging, because I don't want to complain about streamers while also not doing good stream content. And with that being said, bye everybody. Thank you for coming to my stream. This was a really good one, and I appreciate you all. Have